evocative painting of the murder and the saintly visage of the inquisitor himself. But it rapidly spun out of control, and it proved to be something that Isabella and Ferdinand could not keep a lid on. But they still were faced with tremendous debts that they had to they had to deal with. So just some of the examples of the way in which the Inquisition looked. In previous classes, I've given a lot of examples of the torture devices they used, which are truly horrific, and I don't want to put them in this lecture, but if you're curious, you can go back and look at my Jews of Sfarad series and you can see them there. These are 3 examples of San Benitos. They really were quite elaborate types of punishments, and they describe their little French language captions underneath, hidden in this image. But on the left is a converso who has been accused, but is not yet found guilty of practicing Judaism. In the center, you see a Jew or a converso who has been accused and then has been found innocent. So he has kind of like a beatific sort of gaze on his face. And on the right, of course, where you have this decoration of demons of hell and burning alive and things like that, you have a converso who has been accused and found guilty of practicing Jewish rituals. And he, of course, is full of tears because what happens at this point, the Inquisition itself doesn't actually murder the Jews. The Inquisition relaxes its authority over these people to the secular authorities, who then, being much more savage, of course, end up engaging in an auto da fe, or a mass burning. And these mass burnings of Jews, of conversos, were conducted throughout Spain and even into the New World. Really dramatic, terrifying scenes that attracted huge mobs of people to watch these Jews being burned alive. It's absolutely a horrific kind of environment that gripped the entire peninsula for decades. Ultimately, though, it was an untenable model, and it failed to deliver that big one-time jolt of cash that Ferdinand and Isabella maintained they needed. So it all came down to a dramatic moment when Ferdinand and Isabella decided to simply expel all the Jews of Spain. Recall, the real purpose of the Inquisition was to root out the false conversions of these once Jews, now Catholics. And by the way, we're referring not only to the first generation, but the second, third, fourth generation, because it's 100 years now since the 1391 pogroms. And Torquemada, who in this remarkable piece of art by Emilio Sala is shown in the black robe, wildly gesticulating. Torquemada says the reason why he has been unsuccessful at bringing the Inquisition to a conclusion, that the more he looks, the more, amazingly, he finds more of these Judaizers. He says it's because you still allow Jews to live in Spain proper. And while they are still in Spain, they can still influence their erstwhile co-religionists. And so therefore, he argues, and Ferdinand and Isabella accepted, that all the Jews must be expelled from the Iberian Peninsula in order to maintain the goals of the Inquisition, which was to allow the conversos to become fully Christian. In this particular image, you can see the dramatic range of expressions in the courtiers' faces on the left and on the right in particular. And with his back to us stands the majestic Don Isaac Abarbanel, the great leader of Portuguese Jewry, who then rose up to become the second highest financial official in Spain as well. And he argued bitterly for the retention of the Jewish right to remain in Spain. Ferdinand and Isabella were loath to see him go because he was so talented, but he refused to convert. Unlike, as it happens, the number one figure, the aged Abraham Senior, and his son, Rabbi Melamed, son-in-law, who decided they would rather convert and remain in Spain than to flee with the rest of the Jews out of the peninsula. But ultimately, that brings us to 1492. We will God willing, discuss the mechanics of the expulsion and specifically the horrible nature of the initial post-diaspora years for these Sephardic Jews when we return. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon. Thanks very much. Let's go back to the land of Israel. And although we did have a few moments where our discussion of the Jews in diaspora intersected very significantly with the land of Israel, it seems to me that we should take at least a few moments to look at the perspective of Jewish history from the land of Israel itself. We may repeat a couple of things that we looked at in much greater detail earlier, but at least we'll have some sense of continuity. Also, I think it's important because we're at a unique inflection moment politically, I think, in the land of Israel, where we have a lot of unfortunate tension and warfare and loss of life. And I thank God I'm a historian, not a prophet, so I'm not called upon to actually say anything about what should be in the future. But I can look back a little bit in the past and share a couple of some of the ironies of history that, who knows, maybe they will illustrate opportunities for a more productive path forward for all the peoples of the Middle East. Okay, so we're going to go through well over 1,000 years. We're going to take it from the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the Roman Empire that went from about the year 132 to 135, and we'll take it right up to the end of the medieval period as we're defining it, the Spanish expulsion. Where we left the Jews in the land of Israel specific at this time is that they had gone through 2, and if you like, 3 disastrous Roman-Jewish wars. The first major Roman-Jewish war, of course, is the Great War that erupted in the year 66 and resulted in the destruction of the temple and the exile of the Jews primarily from Jerusalem and Judea, and horrible suffering in its wake, and the final battle was on the mountaintop of Masada. Then we have the Quietist Revolt, which was not specifically centered in Israel. There were more uprisings in North Africa and Asia Minor, so I've skipped over it. Many people call it the Second Roman Jewish War, but most people call the Bar Kokhba Revolt the Second Roman Jewish War. It was much more intense, and it occurred once again in Judea, and disastrous consequences. So the idea of Jewish statehood was, it was a foregone conclusion after the end of this particular war. And what it meant for the Jewish people, besides the tremendous political upheaval, the end of even the vestigial power that they had under the Herodians as a puppet government under Rome, that was completely gone. But they also had tremendous economic disasters with, punitive taxation and the redirection of the machatzis shekel, the half shekel tax that used to go to the temple upkeep, to the insulting temple of Jupiter in Rome, and displacement of people, tremendously horrible economic impact. But it also meant that the Jews had to think fast and kind of create a new spiritual realignment for themselves. We see it in a few different locations, Yavne, for example, Usha, and especially what's going on in the north in the cities like Tiberias, where the Jews are reassembling. They're forming their leadership under the Nasi, the office of the prince, or patriarchate as it's sometimes called. And you see especially the writing of the Mishnah at this time. Politically, we should also mention that this is the time when the term Palestine comes into its first major usage. And I'm going to stop a couple of moments and speak a little bit about nomenclature, because people tend to get hung up on it, I think, especially in contemporary debates. The the term, and everybody knows, especially political leaders know how sensitive people are to geographic terminology. My own PhD supervisor, a tremendous scholar named Paul Robert Magachi, he actually wrote a few atlases, and I remember him struggling to try to find the correct place names that would describe a specific location without offending, half of the people who live there. And so, even in these lectures, we find frequently, if I use the term West Bank, or if I use the term Aza and Shomron, where I'm talking about the same place, but there's lots of baggage associated with those terminologies. So the Romans were quite aware of this, and after the Bar Kokhba revolt in particular, they made a concerted effort to try and wipe out any memory of the Jewish presence in Israel. Jerusalem was renamed. There's some question about whether this occurred before the war or after, but it was renamed Aila Capitolina, which is actually a reference to the Emperor Hadrian because of, I think, one of his middle names, something like that. And Jews after Bar Kokhba were banned from living in Jerusalem. There was, however, about 100 years later, a noted small community of Jews who lived in Yerushalayim anyways, and it's possible that they did so simply ignoring the authorities, and the authorities chose to turn a blind eye, but they were called the Kehila Kadisha de Yerushalayim, the holy community of Yerushalayim, of Jerusalem. I think it's also interesting and important to note that one of the fundamentals of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is the question of primacy. Who got there first? There's no question, of course, that the Jews had their political state there earliest. But one of the arguments that's sometimes made in the political polemics is that the Jews left. I mean, they were gone for quite a bit of time, and then other people came, and so they no longer had the same connection to the land that they once did, no longer a legal or moral authority over the land. And I'm going to leave the answers to those questions to others who wish to debate them. But on a historical level, it's very important to know that it's simply not true. There's always been a Jewish presence in the land of Israel, however attenuated. We shall see that later on in the medieval period, sometimes just a handful of people living in places like Jerusalem, handful of Jewish people living in a place like Jerusalem, but nevertheless, there is a continuous settlement of Jews in Israel. We speak about the exile of the Jewish people. It definitely speaks about the bulk of the population. The diaspora early on became much larger than the population of Jews in Israel, and definitely more prominent, more significant in all kinds of ways. But there has always been a consistent presence of Jews, however small, in the land of Israel. The Kehila Kadisha de Yerushalayim is one illustration of that. After Rome adopts Christianity in the year 313, things get much worse for the Jews in Israel, because even though the Romans were definitely not close friends with the rebellious Jews who seemed to be rebelling every generation, the addition of Christianity changed things dramatically, because as a monotheistic faith, it is intrinsically intolerant of other faiths. And this is something true of all the monotheistic faiths. The idea of a universal vision of one path to truth. We could say this about Islam, and we could say it about Judaism as well. There are differences in how it is rolled out, as it were, because, Judaism, for example, does maintain that all other faiths, especially polytheistic faiths, are intrinsically false, but not, however, necessarily prohibited to non-Jews. They would be considered inappropriate for a Jew, but nevertheless a non-Jew would still be theoretically worshiping the same God as the Jewish God. So there are issues in terms of how this is viewed. Christianity, however, had perhaps one of the most restrictive views of what other faiths could practice and still be within the pale of acceptability. And this meant that it was intrinsically much more intolerant than, let's say, paganism, which by the very fact of the multiplicity of gods, tends to accept the idea that some other people could worship different gods. Jews did rebel, in particular, against a Roman leader named Gallus, and this rebellion was centered in the northern part of Israel. It began at Sepphoris in 351 and lasted for about a year. It was put down very harshly. The Jews were sold into captivity, much like they were in the First Roman Jewish War. But one of the ways in which the Jews kind of pivoted at that point was they recognized that, the situation in Israel is just getting more and more tenuous. And so this is the point in time when they decided to abandon the calculation of the year, of the calendar, by sighting of the moon, and to move to a fixed calendar, which is the one that we use today, that corrects the luni-solar discrepancy by adding a leap month on a 19-year cycle. I'm not going to go into more details on what the calendar is, but we should bear in mind that for a diaspora people, the calendar is crucial, because this meant that all Jews would be linked together in a singular cycle of worship. Passover at the same days, Yom Kippur on the same day, and so on. As soon as that fractures, that represents a rift in time that would add to the extant rift in space that they had already experienced since the first century. So by determining a fixed calendar that was no longer dependent on having witnesses come and testify to the sighting of the new moon, which had been the habitual practice for centuries upon centuries, this meant that Jews had another valuable tool to bring with them into the diaspora. It made them actually much more agile and flexible with regards their existence in a diaspora culture. There is at this time a brief, however, respite where there is a Roman leader known as Julian the Apostate. I actually like that title. I think it's kind of cool. But he died very early. But when he was rising in authority, he promised the Jews that he would allow them, Cyrus-like, to rebuild their temple. And Jews got a little bit excited about this, but it turned out to be very short-lived. This was also in the 4th century. More significantly, I think, in the 5th century is the recognition by the Jews that they really had to, prepare themselves for a more dangerous time that would involve more diaspora travel. This is when the Jerusalem Talmud was completed. It's called the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's not really fair because there are very, very few Jews living in Jerusalem. It really should be the Talmud of the Galilee, perhaps also the coastal region, because there was one important center there as well, but it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. Before the term was heavily politicized, it was also called the Palestinian Talmud, but that, in the 21st century, it sounds like an oxymoron. Nevertheless, that's what this Talmud is. It's essentially, if you'll recall, an extended discussion of the Mishnah, which was codified in the early 3rd century. It's a major commentary that it's not exactly a commentary, it really is an extended discussion, but it was very important in establishing a traditional Jewish practice and a unified Jewish practice. It would be superseded by the Babylonian Talmud that is much larger, particularly in those areas that don't relate to agriculture in the land of Israel. Because it was, for various reasons, but one of which is the fact that it was able to consider the Jerusalem Talmud in its own deliberations, the Babylonian Talmud became far more authoritative, and the Jerusalem Talmud was barely studied for much of the Middle Ages. Unfortunately, though, at this time, with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire and several other political changes, the office of the Nasi was ended in 429. That is the last Nasi, the last titular head of the Jewish people in Israel in late antiquity. There would be an imposition of a person called an exilarch, which is something that we get really from the Babylonian period, but not nearly with the same authority as, for example, Rabbi Judah the Nasi, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, who wrote the Mishnah in the 3rd century. So there's like a steady decline of the Jewish situation, but there are a couple of interesting moments of renaissance. In the 5th and 6th century, under Byzantine rule, there is a brief moment of respite where there seems to be much more flourishing also in the north. And you see, for example, the several synagogues constructed and preserved well to this time. This is the Beit Alpha synagogue in the north, and it has this dramatic mosaic on the floor. You can see right in at the top of the mosaic, there is kind of like a depiction of the Ark holding the Torah, and there are, the traditional menorah, which is one of the oldest Jewish symbols, and then in the very center of this mosaic, a brilliant zodiac, which is also a very traditional piece of art that you'll see in synagogues right up until the early modern period and even the 19th century. And at the bottom, it looks rather primitive, but it has sort of a gripping character. This is the binding of Isaac. The larger figure on the right-hand side is Abraham, and he's holding Yitzchak, and you can see there's actually Hebrew lettering labeling them. And he's got the knife about to perform the sacrifice of his own son, as described in Genesis 22. But there is a hand that emerges right in the center top of the lower register of this mosaic. That's, as it were, God saying, "No, stay your hand, Abraham," and so on. And it appears to be Sarah on the left, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like a rather short skirt, I think, for the ancient period. You always imagine her wearing longer skirts, but who knows what the tznius rules were back then. So this is like a kind of a Renaissance art that you see, not Renaissance like the traditional Renaissance, but an effervescence of Jewish art that occurs in the 5th and 6th century. So that's kind of what's going on in the Roman and Byzantine periods. We have in the 7th century some dramatic events with a very brief-lived Persian invasion, followed by an Arab invasion that will be much longer in duration, punctuated with one interruption from the Crusades. So this is obviously an aerial view. I'm sure it's familiar to most of you. The western, or the Wailing Wall, the last remaining external rampart part of the temple courtyard. That was most of the blocks that are up higher today were those that were placed by Herod, who was a great builder at the time. And on the Temple Mount itself, of course, there are Muslim structures that were put up in the 7th century, the most iconic of which is the Dome on the Rock, originally built in the late 7th century, and then destroyed at one point and rebuilt a few centuries later. And the gold was added even more centuries after that. But this is perhaps the most striking image of Jerusalem that happens to exist on the grounds of the destroyed temple, which is one of those terribly frustrating things for Jews who wish to see the temple rebuilt. And there's a lot of political developments regarding it, but not for our discussion today. So the Persians invade in the 7th century. We looked at this a little bit more detail a few weeks ago, but they're only there for a couple of decades. The Byzantine emperors come back in for just 5 years. They take over the country, and then finally you have the Arabs come in. This is shortly after the death of Muhammad in 632, and that's when Israel, the land of Israel, formally comes under Muslim control. Here's what it looked like when it was organized in the 8th century, and you can see here that it's called Jund of Philistin. Philistin is, of course, the Arabic version of Palestine, which was the name that was given to the land by the Romans in an attempt to kind of wipe out Judea and Israel as the names associated with it. So the Arabs inherited the Roman name for the land. Note, however, that Jerusalem, in Arabic, Al-Quds, is not a capital. One of the interesting arguments that advocates for the land of Israel make is that Jerusalem is the only capital of the Jewish people ever. That this is a region that they've always regarded as their capital, and I think that's an interesting observation. Notice that the region of Philistine also extends into what would be today Jordan, and much of the north, which is in modern terms the Galilee region, is under the region of Urdun. I'm not exactly sure where Urdun is, but that's kind of fascinating. And Damascus has the very, very top part, including Banyas, which is a beautiful part of Israel. And then down in the south, it also controls some of the region on the other side, which would once again be Jordan. So the Jews living there at that time, we don't have really good numbers, but an Arab demographic source from that period mentions the city of Caesarea or Caesarea, which is on the coast. It's historically a very Roman city. It was kind of like a city that was built up heavily by Herod, and it was sort of like where Romans could go, so they don't have to feel like they're in some kind of crazy religious environment like Jerusalem or something. Sort of like Surfside for 5 townspeople, right? You can go to Surfside and it doesn't feel too crazy. The Arab demographer records that there were 700,000 Romans living there, 200,000 Jews, and 300,000 Samaritans. I think there are a lot of reasons to doubt the sizes of those numbers. They seem rather large to me, I think by many-fold. However, it is kind of interesting to think that maybe the proportions were correct. Maybe that's roughly, maybe it's only 1/10 of that population, 70,000 Romans, 20,000 Jews, 30,000 Samaritans, but it does give you a sense of what a famously Roman-oriented city would have had in terms of its Jewish and non-Jewish population. Oh, and here's another really important thing that we should bear in mind, especially as we look back from our point of view in the 21st century. Never in its history was the land of Israel ever mono-ethnic. It always had multiple populations, multiple ethnicities, multiple languages. It's true that the Jews did dominate for much of the ancient period, and they dominate, of course, from the second half of the 20th century, but there has always been a mixed population in Israel, and the degree to which they get along with each other, of course, is the stuff of history. When the kind of environment that Jews were living at this time, we get a sense from when the Pact of Umar was imposed in the 8th century, for example, Jews were required to wear yellow-colored turbans, and Christians blue turbans, and Samaritans red turbans. This is in accordance with a more strict observance of that Pact of Umar, which on the one hand guaranteed monotheistic faiths like Judaism and Christianity a degree of tolerance, because they are, after all, monotheistic, but nevertheless they were to be clearly distinguished from the larger Muslim population. It is also worthy to note, just like we see in Christian Europe after the 13th century and the imposition of the Jewish badge, that it was very commonly ignored, typically by paying a small bribe, or the authorities not really being interested in enforcing these kinds of rules. But it does give you a sense of what the oscillation must have been like between periods when it was more intolerant and periods in which it was more tolerant. It is during this period, after the Muslim conquest, that you begin to have a very large-scale migration of Arabs, and in particular, they're moving to the city of Ramla. Let me point out as well that the term Arab is an ethnic designation. Muslim is a religious designation. In other words, Arabs may practice Christianity. For example, many Lebanese Arabs are Christians, and many Muslims are not of Arab ethnicity at all. They may be Chinese, for example, the Uyghur, or you have black Muslims in America of African American descent. So The term Arab, however, is clearly ethnic because the early Islamic empire was dominated by forces from Saudi Arabia, or today's Saudi Arabia, and that was the rule that was imposed in Israel. As you move on, of course, there's going to be lots more inter-Muslim political change with Muslim rulers who are not Arabs at all, the Turks, for example. But for the time being, at the beginning, we're talking about an Arab empire. Jewishly, there's a lot of fascinating things going on here. We discussed a little bit about this in terms of the rivalry with the Gaonate in Babylonia. But for example, one thing we didn't talk about very much were the Masoretes. It is at this period of time when Jews, perhaps influenced to a large degree by the Arabs and their tremendous love of the Arabic language, got much more serious about recording the traditions of pronunciation and getting strict about grammar and so on. So there's some question as to exactly when the nekudot, the vowels, became a convention in terms of denoting pronunciation of Hebrew letters. But it is at this time where they get serious about it, and the so-called Masoretes, from the word Masorah, meaning tradition, begin to make sure that we have Sefer Torahs that are written with, not as a Sefer Torah, not as a ritual element, but as a teaching element, written with vowels and so on, and that's how we have our pronunciation today. However, this is no longer the language of the Jews in their daily usage. Arabic clearly becomes the lingua franca of the region. Jews may communicate in writing in Judeo-Arabic, which is essentially Arabic written with Hebrew characters, but the Hebrew language declines in terms of its daily usage quite precipitously. And I've already mentioned how there's lots of invasions of different Muslim groups that I'm not going to go into here because it would take us too far afield from our narrow focus on the Jews. Now, there is one really important interruption in the various Muslim rules over Israel, and it is, of course, the period of the Crusades, which we discussed in a few lectures a while ago. But let's look at it again from the perspective of Israel. Here is a rather dramatic 19th century representation of the religiously inspired Europeans coming, and a fairly small number of people massacred at their feet of their horses and so on. In reality, the Crusades were a very brutal period, especially in Israel. The Crusader period extends from 1099, which marks the fall of Jerusalem in the First Crusade, to 1291, when they were finally removed from the territory of Israel. What's fascinating, again, ironic viewed from the perspective of our century, that Jews were solidly allied with Muslims against the European Crusaders at this time. The Europeans who were making their way to free the land from the infidel, but both Muslims and Jews realized that this meant disaster for them. So you actually have Jews and Muslims fighting side by side for the peace of Jerusalem. Unfortunately, the city fell in June of 1099, and there was a horrible massacre of Muslims and Jews. Many of the Jews defending Jerusalem were actually burned alive in synagogues there, and many others were simply sold in slavery. You have a huge exodus of Jews after the Crusader kingdoms come into place. Here is a map of the Crusader kingdoms at their greatest extent. It actually fluctuated significantly because the Muslim rulers surrounding the new Christian kingdom were not well disposed to tolerate its presence, and so there was frequent fighting over the next couple of centuries. But you can see here that they did establish quite a few locations, particularly on the coast, where, not surprisingly, you see a lot of the Crusader remains even to the present day. Fascinating what's going on with Jews after the Crusades. Yehuda al-Kharizi reports that after Saladin, the famous Muslim defender of Jerusalem, the great walls around the old city date from his period. After he was successful in conquering Jerusalem, he actually invited Jews to migrate to the city of Jerusalem, which is, again, one of those sentences that it's hard to imagine having a Muslim ruler over Jerusalem saying about Jews today. But this is, in fact, one of those ironies of history, that they recognized that they had an alliance that was quite strong and effective. And in fact, though many Jews did migrate to Jerusalem and to Israel as a whole, from prior to the Crusades, but especially after Saladin's invitation. This included 300 European rabbis who settled throughout the land, many in the northern coastal city of Acre, or Akko in Hebrew. Many of them were Tosafists, meaning they were from the school of Tosafot that is in the Talmudic corpus. They included the famous Rabbi of Lunel from southern France, who made his way to Israel. So here you see there's a surge of Jewish emigration to Israel. It would not, significantly really populate the land, because when Nachmanides came later in the 13th century, he found very, very few Jews in Jerusalem in particular, more of them in places like Akko. Also something similar we have from the Rabbi Ovadia of Bartanura. Here is what the land of Israel looked like for much of the post-Crusader era. This is under the Mamluks, which is one of the many dynasties of Muslims that ruled the region. And as you can see, Israel was treated very differently. The southern part of the Negev was simply abandoned to the traveling Bedouin, the Arab tribes that were non-sedentary, nomadic. And you see that Jerusalem is actually part of the Mamlaka of Damascus. Mamlaka, I don't know Arabic very well, but I think it's like Mamlechet in Hebrew, right? Like a state, as it were. And Gaza, of course, was much more significant. Gaza was actually a very large town at this point. Gaza was about double the population of Jerusalem in the 15th century. And the northern part was ruled by Tzfat, Safed, which is one of the most fascinating cities that we're going to zip right back to look at Tzfat in the period immediately after the Spanish expulsion, because many of the great mystics of the Iberian Peninsula made their way to Tzfat in the 15th century and created an explosion of creativity that is still being felt today. Well, I'm really looking forward to speaking about that with you. But what we know from the region, by the time we get to our end of the medieval period, Rav Ovadia of Bartanura, he is the famous commentator on the Mishnah, known simply as the Rav. He wrote that when he arrived in 1488, there were only 70 Jewish heads of families, and they were all incredibly impoverished, like tiny population at the time. And it was, as I mentioned, dwarfed by the city of Gaza. So that's a very quick look at the land of Israel over this 1,200 odd years, and just emphasizing the fact that there is a continuous Jewish settlement there, with some dramatic achievements, but for the most part, they were overshadowed by events in the diaspora. This is what I imagine happened. And then he opens it up, and then they go around and chill and fuck the 25th, and they come on. How did the Jews survive the medieval period? How did the Jews survive? What is it that gave them the tremendous perseverance to last throughout this millennial diaspora? I will stipulate for the court, so to speak, that we're not going to discuss the theological basis for Jewish survival. It's a fascinating discussion, but a little bit outside my ken as a historian. I can put on my rabbi hat, even though I'm not a rabbi, and we could discuss that, but I think I'll do that offline. Right now, let's try and work with the rules of history as we understand them and try to figure out what were the mechanisms that allowed the Jews to survive an otherwise incredibly inhospitable period. Everybody knows the joke, right? What's the definition of a Jewish holiday? They tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. Right? That's the. None of you have to laugh because we're also familiar with it. But it is. It's a gross oversimplification, and yet it has a certain je ne sais quoi. It has a certain amount of truth to it. Let's just try to understand that a little bit. So, one of the most traditional ways to approach Jewish history has been termed the lachrymose approach. It was Salo Whitmire Byron, one of the greatest historians of the 20th century, who coined this phrase. The word lachrymose means full of tears. That, you look back in Jewish history and it is just one tragedy after another. Viewed from the perspective of the late 20th century in particular, after the Holocaust, my gosh, the tragedies just seem to get worse and worse and worse, and there's a lot to be said for that. Detractors of the lachrymose approach sometimes called it the books and pogroms view of Jewish history, in the sense that, the Jews are like essentially studiously working on intellectual attainments, and they write these amazing books, and then they're horribly persecuted with pogroms, and then they go back and they write more of these books, and then they're persecuted again with pogroms. Now, I'm not saying that's not what happened. These things definitely did happen, but is it the most productive way to understand the patterns of medieval Jewish history? I'm not so sure. There is definitely, however, what to cry about. The lachrymose approach is certainly not a figment of our imagination. Sometimes when a person says he's paranoid, there really are people out to get him. When you look at the scope of the Middle Ages, extending from the diaspora at the Bar Kokhba period up until the Great Expulsion from Spain, we've got series of expulsions. We've got long lists of discriminatory laws passed against Jews. We've got these horrific charges like blood libels. I mean, what a meshuvah thing to suggest. And yet, as this particular image indicates, not only the blood libels, but the even more bizarre, host desecration arguments resulted in Jews being massacred. And then perhaps the worst of the entire medieval period, the purge-like environment of the Inquisition. When we come back after the break and we look at the Sephardic diaspora, one of the most terrifying things of the Inquisition is that when Jews left Spain, they were not left alone. Anytime they landed in a Catholic territory, they were subject to the depredations of the Inquisition. So it's no question the lachrymose approach of medieval Jewish history has a lot of merit. It should not be tossed out the window. There is, however, I think, corrective lenses that can be applied to understand this in a little bit more sophisticated way. And one of the questions that really opens up the entire area is, if it was really that bad, if it was just unrelenting persecution, why weren't the Jews simply massacred out of existence, God forbid, so many times before in history? The term genocide was actually coined only after the Holocaust by a Jewish man named Raphael Lemkin, and he was searching for a word to try and describe what the Holocaust meant, because the Holocaust was such a historical novum. It was something totally unprecedented, and we had no comparable example of any organized group of people, particularly at the state level, bending their entire bureaucratic engines toward destruction, to the idea that an entire culture should be systematically wiped out. Historically, there have been lots and lots of massacres, lots and lots of expulsions, but the idea of genocide, the idea of something like the Holocaust, completely new. It's only in the 20th century. Jews, of course, are not the only victims of genocides, although they tend to be the, kind of like the most well-known and often cited example in the Holocaust. But many others, the Roma in the Holocaust as well, the Armenians, a lot of discussion about their treatment at the hands of the Turks. The Ukrainians in the Soviet period with the Holodomor. Some incredibly horrible things are happening to so many peoples. Why do we only see that in the 20th century? Why don't we see those things happening earlier? So let's come back to this question. And I think to answer it, or at least to approach answering it, I'm going to introduce you to something that I like to call the Abramson rule of history. It's just something I say to please myself. I do find that undergraduates tend to remember it, and I've run into students like 20, 30 years later, and this is like one of the few things they remember from any of my classes. I tend to put it always on the final exam, so, be ready. The Abramson rule of history, which again is not really an Abramson rule, it's more like a Karl Marx rule, but the rule is that if you don't know why a particular historical phenomenon exists, the answer probably is money. Right? So when you're in doubt, just answer money. And I think that if we step away from the lachrymose perspective a little bit, and we try to understand why were the Jews allowed to exist, why nobody really thought of genocide until a much later period of time, it's because the Jews were useful. There are lots of ways in which, even though people might have had, a xenophobic attitude to Jews, they may have had a religious antipathy to Jews, they may have had a lot of reasons why, for good or ill, they did not like Jews. The Jews were very useful, and quite often useful to essential elements in society. The Jews were, I think, in many ways, ironically, saved by their own diaspora, because for the purposes of Jewish living in a diaspora, they needed to be urbanized. Right? It's very difficult to live as a minority if you're going to be agrarian. You have to, there's certain communal functions that you have to have within walking distance, a ritual bath, a mikvah, a synagogue, and as you know, I like to say, you have to have an Asian restaurant within walking distance. How can you possibly have a community if you can't have walking distance to Asian food? That's a joke. So the Jews tended to congregate in urban centers, sometimes villages, sometimes cities. By the time we get to the 19th and 20th century, Jews are, around 30% of the population of many large cities like Warsaw in Poland. And in their urban environment, they tend to develop urban skills that require literacy and numeracy, and they're very, very valuable skills. Jews as doctors, highly prized, even to this very day, very strong tradition of Jews in medicine. Linguistic skills make Jews especially useful as diplomats, or on a lower level, simply middlemen, being able to communicate with peoples of different cultures, to engage in travel, engage in trade, and of course, as we discussed a few weeks ago, money lending. They're urban, they're able to make financial calculations, and the unusual phenomenon of a ban on Christian money lending creates a unique economic niche for the Jews that allows them to flourish. So even if we think about all of the built-up hatred that was directed at Jews over the course of the Middle Ages, we see that they possess a lot of valuable skills that many sectors in society continue to value. In the case of money lending in particular, we see that they derive the protection of the king himself as the servi camerae regis, the servants of the royal chamber that we discussed when we talked about finance, because they're the only people in society who are able to generate cash on a regular basis, particularly because society is so deeply invested in a pre-modern economy with lots of barter. The Jews are the ones who are actually, generating cash that can be taxed by the king. And so the king doesn't want to see anything happen to these Jews. They are quite literally the cash cow. Jews are early on involved in minting and in the production of money. And this is at the same time their salvation, because it makes them useful to society, and at the same time it is a source of significant resentment that is directed against them. So even though we do see this lachrymose model happening, there's no question that the Jews have certain advantages that they have cultivated over the centuries with their long history of urbanization that makes them, quite adaptable to the necessities of a medieval period. And let us not forget that from the religious perspective as well, there are lots of reasons why Jews were actually protected. One of my teachers in university was Professor Alan Davies, who was a specialist in the history of church anti-Semitism, and he liked to say that in reality, it was the church that protected the Jews for about 1,500 years. Now, I don't think he was really aware of the Abramson rule of history. Of course, I was an undergraduate, maybe a precocious one, but I don't think I had fully fleshed out that theory at the time. But I think he had a real point, and that is because both the church and the mosque developed a religious modus vivendi with the Jews. Again, it's possible, especially in certain periods like 13th century Europe, that if the church had its way, maybe we would see something a little bit more drastic than the horrible persecution that they endured. But the fact is, the demand for the Jewish presence, primarily because of their economic value, had to find its expression in a religious modus vivendi, a way of living with them. And so we have two doctrines that are ironic parallels to each other that carve out a little space for Jews to live in both Islamic North Africa and Middle East and in Christian Europe. For the Muslims, it is the Pact of Umar, which, although by 21st century standards obviously quite discriminatory, but viewed from the perspective of the Jews, it meant that there was like a legal space for them to exist. As long as they, accepted the disabilities of their dhimmi status, which included, for example, a punitive tax rate that was not applied to Muslims. And from time to time, they had certain restrictions on their clothing, their architecture, their settlement, and even with all of these rules, there were the occasional punctuations of violence that went beyond what the Pact of Umar allowed. But it still provided sort of like a medieval charter of rights for Jews. Not the same rights as Muslims, but certainly the right to exist, the right to be secure in their worship within boundaries. And, this actually preserved the Jews. Similarly, the doctrine of witness, which we saw in Christian Europe, really being articulated by people like St. Augustine, and especially defended by important popes like Gregory the Great, said that, hey, for our own religious reasons, we need to keep the Jews alive until the second coming so they can be a witness to the return of Jesus. Right? So this is a very important reason why the Jews could not be killed, why they could not be subject to genocidal impetuses, because I wonder if the plural of impetuses is impeti. Probably not. Sorry for getting distracted by that. But the doctrine of witness said that it would be completely inappropriate to, God forbid, massacre the Jews, or even to convert them forcibly to Christianity. Now, as we saw also with Islam, perhaps on a much greater scale in Christianity, there were times when this sort of theological justification for limited tolerance wore thin, and you did have episodes of forced conversions, episodes of massacres, but on the whole, the doctrine of witness held fast. And the Jews were ironically protected by both the mosque and the church because they had this sort of safe space in which to live. When we return to our question of genocide in the 20th century, it is only when the power of religion declines so dramatically from the 18th century onward that these kinds of religious justifications simply have no longer any hold on the modern mind, especially on the postmodern mind, right? It reminds me of that phrase in the Talmud, leis din veles dayan, or maybe it's leis dayan veles din. There is no judge and there is no judgment, right? Christians, for example, are always, even when they may be, built up into a paroxysm of anger over a blood libel charge or something like that, they still have in the back of their mind, thou shalt not kill. That is still part of Christianity, of course, derived from Judaism. But when you say, there is no fundamental document, there is no prime revelatory experience that people can look back to as a sense of ultimate responsibility, that's when a genocide really is possible. It's only, ironically, really possible in a secular intellectual environment, God forbid. So these ideas of the Pacte of Umar and Doctrine and Witness, they don't work in modernity anymore, and helps to explain the unfortunate huge increase in the savagery of violence against Jews and against other minorities that we have experienced in the last couple hundred years. Okay, with that, I want to bring this semester to a close. I want to thank you very much for your patience and your endurance. I'm really looking forward to when we come back together, and we're going to start right away with the Sephardic diaspora, and then we're going to continue through the modern age, which is simply so many more fascinating chapters in the millennial history of the Jewish people. Thank you again for being with me. Let's take some time to look at a long history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire, which is an area of research that has not seen the same amount of attention as, for example, the Jews of Western Europe. And this is actually quite a significant, large period of time that we're going to be talking about, and a significant amount of territory as well. But let's at least have a very brief overview. So first of all, where was the Byzantine Empire? You can see here in this map, it is the yellow region, and it is distinct from the kind of orangish, reddish region to the left, which is the Roman Empire. Now, both the Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire were Christian. The Roman Empire, of course, becomes Catholic with the rulership of a single pope in Rome. The Byzantine Empire is a little bit more complex. It ends up developing several patriarchs who rule the spiritual aspect of the Christian nation, and it has an emperor who is based in Constantinople. That's this really crucial city over here. You can see on a narrow strait, the Bosporus, that links the Black Sea with the larger Mediterranean Sea. And it was known originally as Byzantium, and then from the 4th century on, it's known as Constantinople, which is Greek for Constantine city, named after the emperor Constantine. And then after the Turkish conquest in 1453, which will mark the end point of today's quick video, it becomes named Istanbul, and it becomes, of course, a Muslim city at that point. But for the period that we're talking about, from the early 4th century right up until the middle of the 15th century, you have this significantly large Byzantine Empire with a lot of control over North Africa, Israel as well, and of course the concentration of it is in Asia Minor and the Balkans and Greece. It's also important to note that the Roman Empire will shortly fall into decline. They will be attacked by the Germanic tribes from the north, and Rome will be sacked a few times until finally it falls, and it ends up going into the beginning of what we call the Dark Ages until the Renaissance, again, almost 1,000 years later. So when Rome falls, the Byzantine Empire becomes its inheritor, particularly in terms of the transmission of Christianity. The city of Constantinople becomes, as it were, the second Rome, and when it falls in the 15th century, ultimately the third Rome is often considered Moscow. Of course, the first Rome will come back, but that's not for our discussion today. Let's focus a little bit on the history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire. So in the Byzantine Empire, the Roman status of Judaism as a religio licita, meaning a legal religion, begins to erode in the 4th century onward. Conversion to Judaism, for example, is prohibited as the church begins to gain a lot more control over how the entire empire is run. And whereas conversion to Judaism is prohibited, conversion from Judaism is, of course, encouraged. And various legislations are put in place, such as, for example, Jewish parents who have children who decide to become Christian are forbidden from disinheriting them. And in fact, they have to continue to support them, and these Christian children of their Jewish parents will inherit them. This is an issue, by the way, that goes on for many centuries, and not only in the Byzantine Empire, it comes up even in the early modern period. At any rate, there's a remarkably dramatic step towards greater hostility to Judaism from the 4th century onward. You see the rhetoric increases in heat, especially with people like St. John Chrysostom, the so-called golden mouthed, who issued a number of really flaming, nasty sermons against the Jews. And his approach to Judaism made a significant impact really on the entire Eastern world, especially when you connect it to the Third Rome, Moscow, and the Slavic iterations of Byzantine Christianity. Of course, the Orthodox churches, as they're called today, are influenced by the Byzantine Empire. You also have some, deep reach into the Jewish practice by the emperors, who are now officially Christians. Justinian I, for example, attempted to forbid the study of the Mishnah, especially as a use in its interpretive function of the Torah, and tries to actually dictate which non-Hebrew translations of the Torah are accepted. In other words, which Greek versions in particular are acceptable for use among Jews of the Byzantine Empire. There are numerous violent attacks on Jews and incidents of forced conversions, and you actually have Jews rebelling in the 4th and the 6th and 7th century in particular. When the Persians eventually invade Israel, as we discussed a few weeks ago, the Jews will support them because they are fed up with the degree to which the Byzantine Empire tries to interfere in Jewish practice. They even banned at one point Purim parties because they tended to get out of hand, and since they're associated with drunkenness and kind of frivolity and sometimes a mockery of Haman, which can sometimes be extended in the political and social context to mockery of other authority figures, they actually tried to ban drunkenness on Purim. Good luck with that. Under the iconoclasts, so this is a movement that you see developing in the 8th and 9th century. There's a couple of episodes where the Byzantine Empire goes through this kind of paroxysm of purging of any kind of physical representation of divine figures. That's the sense of iconoclasm, which means essentially to destroy icons, to destroy images. Here's one psalter from the 9th century that has a kind of a clever representation. This is, of course, from the pro-icon image, or else there wouldn't be any icons on it at all. And you can see here is a representation of the crucifixion scene, and Jesus is given gall to drink. It's on a kind of a sponge on the end of a stick. And here is a representation of a 9th century iconoclast. His face is wiped out, but his hair looks, really wild and barbarian. He's in red as well. And he is in a way kind of echoing that passion scene by using some kind of sponge to attempt to wipe out an icon at the end of a stick. So this is kind of something that was going on. There was actually 2 distinct periods when this was very frequent. How that connects to Jews is significant because the iconoclasts often cast the heretics as Jews. So even though they're talking about other Christians, the idea of heresy is associated with Jews in particular. Basil I attempted to impose a widespread forced conversion in the year 873. This decree was ultimately rescinded by a successor, Leo IV, but was attempted again in 943 by another emperor, Romanus I Lecapenus. It is at this time that we have reports of Jews fleeing from the Byzantine Empire to the north, to the Khazarian Empire, which is really fascinating, ends up becoming very involved with the correspondence of Chastai ibn Shaprut with figures purporting to be, Khazarian leaders. And during this time, Italy emerges as a major center of Jewish creativity. There's a lot of fascinating things coming out of South Italy at this time. Also interesting is what's going on in Bulgaria, where you have two figures, Saints Cyril and Methodius, who are very much involved in transmitting the Byzantine Christian heritage to the Slavic peoples. And ultimately, they'll have a massive impact on Ukrainians and Poles and Russians, although the Poles, of course, are Catholic. But the fascinating, they seem to have some awareness of things Jewish and some contact with Jews as well. Just to give you one example, the alphabet that is associated with their activity, of course, the alphabet that is used with some minor variation among many of the Eastern Orthodox peoples, like the Russians and the Ukrainians, it clearly shows evidence of Hebrew. For example, the letter, which in Hebrew is shin and is pronounced in English with the sound sh, pronounced together, sh. They took that sound and they took the Hebrew letter to create the Cyrillic letter for that sound, sh. And there are several other examples, like you see the word Saturday in Hebrew is Shabbat, and in Russian it's Subota. I mean, there's lots of borrowings from things Jewish, largely through the activity of St. Cyril and Methodius. When we get to the end of this period, I think one of the most dramatic things to point out is the horrific Fourth Crusade, which just shows how bankrupt the entire crusading movement had become just a century after it had first been initiated. And the Fourth Crusade was actually the Second Crusade, in which the Crusaders actually attacked other Christians rather than going to Jerusalem and trying to achieve what was the purportedly, stated idea of the Crusades, which was to free it from Muslim rule. In the year 1204, they approached Constantinople. Again, remember, it's a Christian city, although under Orthodox rule rather than under Catholic rule. And the Crusaders ended up sacking the city of Constantinople rather than heading on down to Jerusalem. Once they got into this massive and important capital city, they found so much wealth that the vast majority decided to stay and take their prizes and their spoils from other Christians rather than make their way down to Jerusalem, and very few of them, in fact, did so. And there was Latin rule in that region until 1261. The Jewish quarter, of course, was also sacked and burned. Apparently, the Jews were fairly wealthy in Constantinople at this time. They were especially associated with tanning and with the textile trades. And textiles, in particular, a very long Jewish tradition. Even my own father, Alav Shalom, may he rest in peace, was also involved in the textile trade. The Jews of Constantinople managed to survive and to recover after that attack by the Fourth Crusaders. But outside of Constantinople, there were notable moments of persecution, particularly in the Greece and the Balkans. And this all ends in 1453, at least this kind of conceptual unit of Jewish history, when the Turks would invade Constantinople and would bring in an entirely new period in Jewish history. It would be especially strengthened by the arrival of many refugees in the Sephardic diaspora after the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1492. Okay, I hope you found that useful, and thank you very much for watching. So we're moving now into the third and final semester of this Jewish History Lab series. It's been really wonderful to speak with you about the ancient period and about the medieval period, and I'm really grateful that you've stayed with me so long. So let's take just a few moments to think about, well, why are we breaking this up into 3 semesters? Besides the obvious reason that, for example, a 15-week semester works really well in a college environment, why should there be ancient, medieval, and modern Jewish history? So the obvious question is, why periodize at all? If you think, for example, about the way our lives are led, we don't very often wake up one morning and say, oh my gosh, this is a new period in my life. Now, there are times when there are major life events, like getting married, or God forbid getting divorced, or birth of a child, or things like that, where you feel really everything is going to be totally different now, and in fact it is different, and you can really say from that particular point, my life was changed. But sometimes you make that big change and you expect there to be a shift in your reality, and you wake up a little while later and you say, wait a second, nothing's really changed. It's the same as before, just with these little details different. So why should we have any big chunks of time as a periodization in history? I think one of the most important reasons why this is so is because, there's lots of great research that's, psychological, anthropological, sociological in nature that shows that we are creatures of narrative. We think in terms of making stories in our minds. We follow trajectories, we anticipate trajectory destinations, we do these things in a spatial sense, and we also do them in a chronological sense. We want there to be a beginning, a middle, and an end to a story. We want there to be, climax and denouement and all kinds of different things happening in a story for it to make sense. And of course, that is the word story is embedded in the English word history. It's not in the German word Geschichte or in the Hebrew Divrei Hayamim, but well, it does work in English, right? There is a story in history. So it helps us kind of define major chapters in history if we have these big chunks of time. So the next question, if we understand why we like to have these chunks in time, why these 3? Why did we set them at these times? So first of all, let's have a look at Western periodization. And when I say Western, I mean this is what most historians up until, let's say, the 1950s, who were trained in European or North American institutions, absorbed. This is kind of the dominant European Christian understanding of the pattern of history. So if we start with the ancient period, you've got ancient Greece and Rome, amazing civilization with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and then with the mighty Roman Empire and its huge extent and, things like that. And then with the fall of Rome, there's a steep drop, and that's what we call the Dark Ages, right? With the fall of Rome in the 5th century, everything gets worse and worse and worse until, you kind of climb up a little bit into the 13th century or so, and you see the Renaissance, and that takes us on a pretty steady slope upwards until you get to the modern period, right? Happy us. This sort of vision, kind of very positivistic view of history was very popular right up until, let's say, World War I. It came crashing down with the realization that, oh my gosh, we may not have advanced nearly as far as we thought we did, with the brutality of that conflagration, and then of course how much more so with World War II and the genocides of the 20th century. But in general, this is sort of the way we think of history in terms of the Christian European West. They break it into 3 areas: the ancient, right, which is basically from the period of the beginnings of civilization in Egypt and Mesopotamia, all the way up until the fall of Rome.
There he is. What
and
a
then
change.
if you move to the later period, which we're going to talk about right now, the modern period, that's sort of what we inhabit, although there's a lot to say that modernity ended with World War II, and we get into a period called postmodern. I don't want to talk about that today. That's really important, but we will have to get back to it when we move forward in this course. And in between these two ages, the ancient and the modern, you have the medieval period. In fact, the term medieval means between the eras, between the ages of ancient and medieval. That's the kind of way that Christian European historians thought of the story that is in history. Now, the problem is this is so focused on that one particular point in time, looking at, history backwards with the lens that valorized Greece and Rome as being an amazing culture. It was an amazing culture, no question. And then anything that wasn't Greece and Rome was like, what's the right word? I guess chopped liver, right? Whereas if you look at like Asian history, you look at North African history, you look at Middle Eastern history, they don't follow any of this. I mean, everything is totally different. The rise of Islam in the 7th century is smack in the Dark Ages, but tremendous heights of scholarship and culture developed for the next millennium. I mean, how can you use this particular model to try to understand, for example, Islamic history? And if we glance at Jewish history, there are different ways to look at this, but let's say from a theological standpoint, in Jewish history, you have this concept of Yerida Hadoros, which means, unlike Western periodization, the decline of the generation. So if you start here, let's use these arrows. You've got from the very beginning in the ancient period.
Boy, Doug, I don't think I'm going to die. I don't think you're going to die either. Mind uploading technology. It would just keep doing this forever. God willing. Forever. I mean, you really want to know exact time? All right. The universe is approximately 12 billion years old and has an expected life expectancy of like 60 billion years. So that leaves us like 48 billion years worth of video. Yeah. Ideally, I'd like to be able to take the stream into another dimension or another universe or multiverse and just keep doing it ad infinitum, basically. As long as there's time, I want this bitch to go. Well, why wouldn't you? It's essentially a time capsule for society. Everybody can come back to this and, basically know where we were in terms of what was going on in a person's life on a daily basis. To me, it's an incredible, incredible gift to the world.
What if there's an EMP attack? You can't survive.
Yeah, so great question. I have certifications in big data just for this issue, and there's a way to diversify your data so that it's in different server locations on different continents. And so long as you have it on 2 or 3 different ones, the chance of it taking out every server on these continents is very low. There's a chance that, you could have civil unrest in a country and a server could get taken over, or a meteor could take over a server, or could destroy a server, or an earthquake or something like that. But to do multiple at once, that's a lot more difficult. And so all I have to do is ensure my data stays on servers that have multiple platforms and different continents, and I do. Yeah, nuclear attack's not going to do anything with this. So you have to understand how the data is stored. Google stores its data on different servers on different continents. So literally, if there was a nuclear warhead that exploded in Irvine, it would kill me. But my data would be fine. I wouldn't like to be dead. But if I knew that my data continued, sure, that's cool. I'll live on. Somebody will see my shit and think I'm really interesting and be like, damn, let's get that motherfucker back. When revivification technology is a thing, this guy was a really cool thinker. Let's get his ass back. revivification technology, where you can bring people back from the dead. There are quite a few different ways for it to work. The easiest way that I know is basically you can do it through pictures. So what you do is you like, let's say you have a picture of someone, like a grandparent you lost or great grandparent, but you have a picture of them. Right now, a picture just tells us like 2 dimension, but it's better than nothing. It does tell you something. It tells you something about the setting. It tells you something about the person and their age and what they were wearing and all the other things. But in the future, we'll be able to remove different layers. We'll be able to tell what the temperature was when that picture was taken. We'll be able to tell where in the sky the sun was. We'll be able to tell exactly, perhaps, start removing layers of them, and we might be able to know what they perhaps had under their clothes. That we might be able to know what they had under their exoskeleton, and perhaps might be able to even see what their central nervous system looks like. And if we're able to do that, we could map it. So we take that central nervous system and upload all that data into a computer, and we get a little bit of their DNA. And if we don't have their DNA, we can get one of their descendants, perhaps. And if we can't get one of their descendants, we can get someone who has close enough DNA to them and artificially create the rest using AI. And then essentially what we would do is take that DNA molecule, put it in a replicator, have the replicator artificially mature, artificially advance the aging process of the person who we're creating to the point of whenever you wanted them to be back, like whenever they died. So essentially the way this process is going to work would be something like this. One way it could work, it doesn't have to work this way. But what we would do, let's just say it's your grandparent or great grandparent that you have a picture of. Okay, well, we go to a picture of them and we remove all of the layers so that we just see their central nervous system. So we can see every memory that makes them up at that very moment when that picture was taken. So we would know everything that they did as a child, all their school, all the good and the bad, what their likes, what their dislikes are, everything, because we would be able to map that. We know where every molecule is in their body from this picture. Then from there, what we do is we can either generally we'll use AI or artificial general intelligence or artificial super intelligence, more likely. No, you don't recognize the power of a picture. People will be able to read your mind from a picture in the future. Artificial super intelligence. Far faster computing power than we can ever comprehend, coming from a quantum computer that basically could do all of this in a moment. All it has to do is just see a picture of the person. It would instantly know where every single molecule was in their body. It replicates that, and then we just have to wait for the clone to artificially mature. And that could be done probably in as few as 30 days. Okay, man. Oh, that happened. Well, start. Let's. Okay, I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. I'm just telling you, this is how I think it's possible to essentially get people back from the dead. Revivification technology. Okay, then I'm wrong. Shit happens, and everybody dies, and everybody's died since the beginning of time, and everybody will continue to die. But what if I'm right? That's the thing. Everybody can say, hey, you know you're going to die? Any asshole can come out there and tell you that. I'm the motherfucker who's going to say, I don't think you're going to die. Hey, that's the interesting one. Yo, what's going on, baby? How you living, New Food? No food? How are you, no food? What's good, baby? You looking great. Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10 you to the moon. How are you? Excellent, no fun. What's good in your neck of the woods? You know this coin's going to the moon? Absolutely. Pardon me? What'd you say? Anyways. So that's what revivification technology is. Whether you like it or not, that's not my deal. That's really not up to me whether you like it or not. I'm just telling you that given enough time in the future, these problems will be figured out. And when they're figured out, you'll be able to...
We haven't even fucking cured cancer yet.
Yes, we have. Cured cancer a long time ago.
Well, yeah, what's the cure then?
It's called vitamin B17, also known as neutralicides, also known as amygdalin. I want you to know that I know in your community, cancer is abundant. I've known people in your community to die from cancer. If you look up there's a documentary that will just teach you everything you need to know. It's from 1976. It's called The World Without Cancer. It's by G. Edward Griffin. If you want direct evidence on what this is, just go on Amazon right now and type in apricot kernels, bitter apricot kernels, and look at the reviews, and in the review section type the word cancer, cancer, and you'll just see people like, this cured my cancer, I can't believe it, I've been cancer free for 10 years, this is a miracle drug, all of these things. The things have like 4.5 to 5 stars, and the only reason why they don't have 5 stars is because they don't taste good. The reason why they don't taste good is the bitterness is actually the molecule that you need that kills the cancer. There's a reason, Chinese merchant, that we don't have cancer in the wild. When someone hunts a deer, they never find cancer in it. The only time we ever find cancer in animals in the wild, the only time we ever find cancer in animals is when they've been domesticated, when they're eating human food. And the reason why is they don't get the natural grasses that contain vitamin B17, which is also known as amygdalin, which is also known as nitricides. And I mean, if you want more information on it, you can look at the Inuit people.
Why, if it's this study, why is it not the worldwide drug?
It is. You can get it anywhere. It's in apple seeds. It's in cherry pits. It's in peach pits. It's all natural. It's the thing that during the Gilded Age, like 140 years ago, the people who run the world recognized that if we change the way that people prepare their food and ensure that they throw out their seeds instead of eating them, they will be malnourished in a major vitamin deficiency, and that's vitamin B17. Let me put it in an analogous way. When people used to go and travel from like the old world to the new world across the Atlantic Ocean, or go across the desert for long periods of time, their bodies would eventually develop what's known as scurvy. Scurvy, they didn't know what the cause was, but eventually they would find out that it was a lack of vitamin C. And basically, scurvy would cause your teeth to fall out, your skin to tear, and made you just very tired all the time. So what would be done is, the British Navy was the first to figure this out. They would carry limes and lemons and citrus fruits, and none of the people would get scurvy anymore. And to this day, a nickname for someone from Britain is a limey in the United States. If you want to make fun of them, you call them a limey, because they were for many years known as people who would eat lemons and limes to combat scurvy from vitamin C deficiency. And cancer is just vitamin B17 deficiency.
I said, why are the big doctors not talking about this? Why is it the big fucking industry not talking about this?
Because there's no money in a cure. There's $0 in a cure because this comes naturally. But it's $1 trillion. Cancer is $1 trillion industry. And so what happens is, the medical schools don't teach this. They got taken over like 120 years ago by major foundations. And you're not allowed to teach this in school. You're not allowed to teach natural cures. You're not even allowed to say the word cure, or you can be sued because of it.
That's fucked up. So what seeds? Okay, so like,
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to never have cancer, ever, 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 Just look up on Amazon vitamin, or just look up bitter apricot kernels. BITTER space apricot
Okay, so
AP.
it's African. No, no, no. You read it, so tell me. Like, it's just apricot kernels.
No, it's bitter apricot kernels.
Apricot kernels and what else? Just those? Or
That's it. That's all you need. You ever hear the saying, "An apple a day keeps the doctor away"? Yeah, that's because if you eat the seeds of an apple, you don't develop cancer. Before you do that, you have to know that not all seeds have vitamin B17 in them. And so you want to make sure that you're getting like organic produce. Because if you just get produce that you buy at Ralph's or Walmart or Target or something, not all of them contain the seeds. Some of them are like seedless. You'll get seedless things, but also they produce. They don't want people to know this. So when you buy some of the apples there, they're not necessarily going to have as much B17 as you can get in organic fruits. So just be aware of that. But I advise you, if you really want to learn about this, just look up on.
Cherry seeds have it, but cherry seeds are fucking
Yeah.
toxic.
Yeah. No. That's exactly right. Cherry seeds do. And I know you're saying cherry seeds are toxic. That's what you have to understand. They've made you think that stuff is toxic. Yes, if you eat 100 pounds of cherry seeds, you will die. But if you eat 3 or 4 cherry seeds, that's actually the best thing you could ever do in combating cancer for yourself from a regular standpoint in the world. Think about an animal, and maybe you've seen this in the wild. If you ever see a squirrel or something, if it can ever get its hands on nuts or fruit or anything, it goes right for the seeds immediately. Because it knows naturally, instinctively, that's where the nutrients are. It goes right through the fleshy pulp that we eat. It rips right through that and goes right to the core.
Blood level of FHS, testosterone, and androstenedione increase significantly while eating seeds.
Yeah, it's not any seeds, though. These are special seeds. So here's what I would tell you. Just watch the documentary, A World Without Cancer. And if you're like, okay, Rabbi, how do I find it? We'll find it together. Here's what you do. We're going to go to Google. Though Google usually doesn't have this stuff anymore. It used to. Okay, so we're going to Google, and you type in a world without cancer. Now, you used to be able to watch this on YouTube, but it's no longer on YouTube because it's too hard to make any health claims on YouTube anymore. Okay, so if you want to, it's like you're not even gonna find it on the front page. They've just like absolutely buried this thing. How do what? Oh, great question. No. This is a really great question. Bravo for this question. Chinese merchant, you're thinking. It's a great question, and this is very easily answered. So, like a bear will eat a deer, and the deer will have eaten the grasses that contain vitamin B17. And when the bear digests the gut of the deer, when it's eating it, it will eat the grasses and it will eat those seeds. But also, bears and such eat they eat fruit, they eat apples and things like that. Right. So a wolf that eats a rabbit, the rabbit will have eaten grasses that contain vitamin B17. Many grasses that are no longer available in the United States are available naturally. So what do I mean? Like there are some crops that you don't hear about anymore, like sorghum is a big one where it's really high in vitamin B17, but they don't make it available. There are only a few crops that are really grown in the United States, like in any great amount. It's like wheat, soybeans, corn, marijuana, but not like sorghum. Like sorghum isn't a big. Nobody eats that, and nobody's eaten it in 100 years, but it's very high in this. Okay, so if you just look this up, you won't find it. G. Edward Griffin. And like once you see it, you'll be like, oh, Rabbi is so fucking smart. Like that's exactly right. Okay, I found it, but okay, I found it. I found it. Okay, so what about fish? Oh yeah, great question. Algae contains it. And another one that you may not be thinking are like polar bears. What about a polar bear that doesn't have any access to fruit or grasses or anything? What okay. Well, I found it, but it's on like a let's see here. Let me see if I can find a better website. Yeah, I found it. Okay, so what you want to do is type into Google a world without cancer.
What about plums? Do they contain it?
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. One of them, like peaches are really high in it. It's just the pit of a peach is too big to eat. Okay, so what I want you to type is a world without cancer, and then the word embedly, Embedly. And the first result should be a world without cancer, the story of vitamin B17. Do you see that?
So what is it called?
Yeah, it's known as 3 names. They all mean the same thing. Amygdalin, vitamin B17, and Laetrile. They're all 3 the same thing. And when I mean they're all 3 the same thing, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. My name is Rabbi Michael Rothschild, and I'm the same person. There's just different names for the same thing. What else would it be like? It's like, I'm trying to think of like, well, I don't know if you know this one, but adrenaline and epinephrine are the same thing, but they just have 2 different names from the medical community. And that's because Europe called it one thing, or some places in Europe called it one thing, and in America they called them another thing, but they're the same drug. So,
It says that amygdalin is so good.
dude, I'm not here. Okay. Good for you, Chinese merchant. You know. Watch this fucking video and don't fucking stop. Don't fucking talk to me until you've watched it. It's called A World Without Cancer, and look it up on Embedly, Embedly. If you watch this and then you want to talk to me about what Google says, I'll listen to you then. It's insulting to me that you, who have never heard of this fucking thing in the entire world, you don't even know what it's fucking called, will sit here and tell me it's not good for me. When I'm the one who's ingested it, I'm the one who knows that there are cancer treatment centers in Mexico that are based around this. I'm the one who saved people's lives with it, including my own employees. I've seen people's tumors shrink because of it. I've watched documentaries of people who have gone decades after being diagnosed with cancer, and they're still living 20, 30, 40 years after being diagnosed with cancer. I've seen people die of cancer who didn't listen to this information. So you listen to Google because Google's going to tell you everything that you need. But if you want to get your fucking head out of your ass, you're going to type into Google a world without cancer, and then the word Embedly, Embedly. You're going to press videos. You're going to watch the first one. It's 55 minutes long. And then if you want to come to me with, well, Google says this, I'm willing to listen to you all fucking day. But you need to get on my level of information. You're not even close. Now, as I told you to go to this website, it's right here. I'm already watching it. So you could already be watching it too. Then you watch this. You do what I say when it says, look, when I say, look at what Amazon says. Once you do that, I'm telling you, Chinese merchant, I will sit here like a really nice person and I'll listen to all the nice things that you want to tell me about what Google says about stuff. But I'm going to just tell you this right now. Google sucks. Okay? I'll tell that to its fucking CEO like I did in an interview 2 interviews ago, Sundar Pichai, and that of any company that should have been first and foremost at the forefront of AI, it should have been that one, and it's not. It's ChatGPT. But I can also tell you, and as I say in that interview, that its search sucks. So whatever you're looking up sucks. So basically, everyone here for the future of humanity, know if you are coming to debate Rabbi Rothschild on anything, you at least have to have the same level of knowledge or more than I do on a subject. I can't be coming here with people who are like, hey, Rabbi, I Googled the first fucking result, and here's what I saw. Because I don't play those games. That shit doesn't fly in this world. Oh, sweet, you're watching it. I'll watch alongside you.
Are you bipolar or something?
No, I just absolutely cannot fucking stand people who are like, want to challenge what I know on a subject with the first Google result. That's a fucking joke to me. I'm a Chinese merchant. I will tell you this. I'm watching alongside you. And when you're done watching this, you will be as inspired and passionate on this subject as I am. And if I do seem passionate about it, I am. I've seen too many fucking people die of cancer because they don't know this information. Or they didn't know it before I knew it.
I know cancer runs big in
It runs big in every single group of people that has a westernized diet. The only people it's not big in are like indigenous people. So it's big in Chinese people, Armenian people, Russian people, Jewish people, Muslim people, everywhere, except people who live in an indigenous diet. But honestly, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Just watch this. It's an excellent documentary. Shout out to Chinese Merchant for streaming this, and shout out for Chinese Merchant for watching this right away. Now, I can tell you this is from 1976, but everything in it is accurate. That's how I can tell you it's very, very good. And it's not like, well, just watch. Thank you so much for watching it. Crazy.
It took 48 years for his recommendation to get put into effect. That means like his lifetime ended before it got put into effect.
Exactly. Hundreds of thousands of people died.
They never listened to him until the last minute, bro. That's why.
You're 100% right.
Bro, when they had a boxer,
Yeah.
they had a boxer like
There you go. And he was trying to find these grasses. They don't have to have seeds. It's in the actual grass. Your dad is 100% right. Shout out to your dad. That's fascinating.
So it's saying cigarettes don't cause cancer.
No, it'll explain to you. It's your body. It's your body like it is your body in a constant fight of healing itself that causes cancer. So the cigarettes cause the damage, and your body fighting it causes the cancer. It creates mutations in the cells. And same with like chewing tobacco in your mouth and like cell phones with your brain. It'll explain it. Not the cell phone part, that's too new. But the other stuff it explains.
You believe in self healing?
Oh yeah, big time. You don't have to believe it. When you buy a new cell phone, it tells you in there that you should keep this thing away from your reproductive organs and away from your head. And it tells you that it's emitting radioactivity. So that's not me making it up. It's in the actual iPhone book.
Alright. You convinced me. I'm gonna start eating seeds.
Hold on. Keep watching, dog. Keep watching. Because you're going to want to be able to understand it fully. You're doing excellent. You're doing absolutely amazing.
These chemicals Early death of 2 of the first 5 patients caused a reduction to 8 milligrams per day. No significant damage or benefit of any duration. In this study, 6 of the 8 children died. No terrifying effects. Toxic clinical manifestations consisted of vomiting, hypertension, changes in blood glucose levels, and diarrhea. Anxiety and cerebral edema observed that post-mortem circulation, and each of the 6 patients who died received this. The death of the patients was unprecedented caused by drug toxicity. 8 of the 14 patients who survived the initial course of therapy showed rapid and general deterioration. 2 in 10 deaths had carbon and so early. He studies the comparison between life and the statistics with me are taken from the National Cancer Institute, the American Cancer Society, and the clinical records of physicians who claimed to be treatment of patients. They vary widely depending on the age of the patient, the sex, cancer location, and the area of the person. Consequently, the figures shown could be aggregated for all lines in one person. This is historical. Of those with advanced metastasis cancer, what is told by the physician only 15% of the same return to normal, which is chocolate. But unreported, less than 1 years, or 1/10 of 1%, will survive. Of those with early diagnosed cancer, at least 80% will be saved by minor experiment. More than 15% will survive and of those who presently are diagnosed with clinical cancer today, close to 100% can expect to be free from cancer as long as they routinely obtain adequate amounts of vitamin B17. But those who subsist on the typical American diet and rely only on the therapies and organized medicine are known to a survival rate of just 84%. And that figure includes all ages and is much less for those above 30. As mentioned previously, these figures will vary widely depending on the age, sex, occupation, and degree of living. Also, there's some literature when it comes to separating early diagnosed cancers from other conditions. One of which is great variability. They are as active as a genetic checkpoint. And the lead comes in first stroke and chemistry it's a particularly classic disease it's missing some of each expression of each justice. That's the source of these that is in this just as we are used to that show succeeded in Marketing agencies in the public opinion is a fascinating story. Science and includes extensive extract from primary research documents and is analyzed to the serious
What happened? What happened? What happened?
the builder.
What'd you think?
I'm gonna do it.
No.
I'm gonna do the seed diet for once.
Dude, it's not a diet. What the hell did you just see?
I'm gonna add it to my.
There you go. That's different. Okay, but here's what I want you to do too, because you're a young entrepreneur, and I know you're gonna try to make money on this. And I'm just warning you right now, don't even try. Look up just one moment, let me look it up. It would be apricot seed boxer. Apricot seed boxer. Let me see if this is the thing. J. Apricot seed. Okay. What I want you to do is type in YouTube, type cancer cure controversy.
No, I don't want to watch any more videos.
It's 6 minutes. Just watch it. It's what happens when you try to make money on this. You don't have to watch anything more. Just 6 minutes. It's really short, but I can see you're an entrepreneur and you want to make money, and this is what happens when you try to make money. So just go to YouTube and type cancer cure controversy. That's it. It's 6 minutes. It's from Access Hollywood, and you'll just see this guy just reminds me of myself, reminds me of you. Just a hustler. Go to YouTube, YOUTUBE. Are you on YouTube? Dog, I can see exactly what you're doing. YouTube. And type cancer cure controversy. Have you downloaded uBlock Origin yet? It's that one. Go to that one. It's so that you don't get any pop-up, or you don't have to watch any ads on the internet.
And went progress world champion. But at just 18 years old, he received the devastating news that he had cancer. And the diagnosis was not good. At 18 years old, he was Jason beat the cancer after having rounds of radiation and chemotherapy. He went back to his life as a professional wrestler. But then, the cancer But Jason had heard about studies claiming that apricot seeds help with cancer. He decided to try that instead of the traditional treatments he did the first time. And to many people's surprise, Jason said cancer again. How do you think they got you there? Jason's life was changed when Rabbi found a new natural answer for cancer and wanted to share it with the world. So he began to sell the seeds of his site out of pots from England. The problem, the FDA has not approved this as a cancer cure. It says the seeds have been deadly and typically ingested. Dr. Kian Fu explains the doctors. But none of this stops Jason, even with warnings from the doctors. If you know that's illegal, why do you tell people you found your cancer? Let me just put the website, okay? The answer to cancer is no, just a few seeds per day. But you understand that what's illegal about this isn't you just selling it, it's how you're marketing it as if you were to cancer. That's illegal. A lot of people are wasting money. Hundreds of people. Perhaps thousands of people. And Jason also claims he has had no real complaints about any of the seeds or the products he sells. In fact, that is why he says he's innocent and that he's actually helping people. The FDA disagrees. When the FDA investigated you, they executed a search warrant at our mother's medical house, and they did find an email from a customer that said that they had been severely poisoned. So you're saying that was the only complaint you've ever had in 20 plus years of celibacy? So then what do you say to people who say that you are preying on people who are sick, people who are desperate to live another day, and people who will try anything? But you're profiting. The government said you need nearly $1 million over the past 6 years selling these seeds and some other items to the public.
There you go.
When you hear these titles, how do you feel? She was also arrested and now awaits trial. Are you worried that your mother, 77-year-old, may have to go to prison because of this business?
All right. Chinese merchant, excellent work. You do whatever you want to do. I want you to know I really appreciate the energy and the effort that you took. Look, you came in here saying, all right, what about cancer? And I felt that I knew the answer to it. You came with me with the first result in Google. Let's go back to that. Do you want to go back to the first result in Google saying that amygdalin or Laetrile or vitamin B17 is dangerous? There you go. I've done my job. Have a good night, my man. Good job.
But I'll try it for a month and see what changes.
I don't think I don't think you'll be able to tell a difference at all. But go for it. What will happen is just over time, your body will not develop tumors.
Jimmy, for coming on. I appreciate it. Set your age.
Good job, Chinese merchant. Oh, by the way, there's another guy in here. He just goes by Chinese. So if sometimes people confuse you, somebody confused you guys earlier today. They're like, "Oh, Chinese merchant was just in here." Like, no, that was Chinese. This is Chinese merchant. So just to give you a heads up. Let me ask you this. Do you have any other questions about cancer? Then I've done my job. Then I taught you the cure to cancer. And that's a pretty cool thing. Peace, bro. Shout out to Chinese merchant, everybody.
I think it's interesting to think about the relations here because 2 years ago I would have said it's all financial, right? Dick Cheney, he's getting rich from these wars. Kamala Harris's daughters are getting rich from these wars. And that's like the only reason why I'm supporting them. But for what's right, I knew that there's no other truth, right? Eisenhower worried about this military industrial complex that has its own self-fulfilling mentality. I think there's a second thing that I picked up on it. A lot of my Senate colleagues disagree with me on foreign policy. They're very good people. There's like this psychological post-World War II, where these guys like America could do anything, right? We were like the agents of peace in some cases. In some cases, we weren't. We could just fix the world purely through America, right? And they grew up in that world, and they're having psychological difficulty accommodating to where China has gotten more powerful in part because of their policies. Russia has gotten more powerful in part because of their policies. And we can't just dictate everything. We can't tell everybody how to behave anymore. Because sometimes what happens is we'll try to tell another country what to do, and they'll say this, right? And that's very, very hard for these guys to wake up to the reality that we're, what's called a unipolar. America was the only superpower. We were for a long time. Now we're still the lone superpower. Other countries are catching up. And I think the way to preserve our own influence, but importantly to preserve the prosperity of our own people, is to recognize the reality that we're living in. A lot of people can't. I mean, we go back to Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, right? Ronald Reagan's big wall, George H.W. Bush. I mean, it was like a blip on the radar for us to completely crush Saddam Hussein and kick him out of the way, right? They want to go back to the glory days when America could do everything, all things. They got to wake up to the resource constraints. And frankly, the reason why we're not as powerful relative to us as we were 30 years ago is because they screwed up, right? That's where the trade and immigration issue comes back, is they want to pursue a foreign policy that was built on the back of smart trade and smart immigration policy. They hollowed out the American middle class. They destroyed the industrial base of
That's what I think most Americans are worried about. I think most people are worried about the CIA and government employees. My parents are worried about the Central Intelligence Agency if they're never going to fight. This is what my grandmother worries about. What do you say to people that are worried about the NSA? No, and you got the DIA, the Directorate of Intelligence. People forget about that one. It's a little group in the bigger one.
I want to speak freely here to my fellow Americans. And a CIA bureaucrat making $190,000 a year might have to find a job in the private sector. I recognize that is the biggest crisis facing my fellow Americans.
Yes.
Not that they can't find groceries or housing.
Can he honestly? So that last thing I can be a little bigger.
Yeah, so they hope.
No, because my neighbors getting spied on. I like it. I like people getting unnecessary.
Well, it's actually really a win-win. Something I'll say in Kamala Harris's defense is, yes, she's made it harder for Americans to afford housing, but that's been in the service so the CIA can reason to spy. That's right. So look at this is where sometimes there's trade-offs. Sometimes there's more wins. Yeah, you realize it's good for people. Don't you realize it's enough people speak their mind?
You know, people don't even know what they want to say half the time. Why not that service? That huge, like in AI, when you speak into it, it rearranges it so it gets what you need.
I've actually, I would be okay if there was such a problem here. I think she would be okay with that too. She just didn't say anything. That was, of course, the strategy.
She's probably fun.
She's fun. You know who's fun? Yeah, but it's fun. I think this is Virgil's budget shit.
I'm grandma right. Just because if we're gonna end this thing, let's do it quick. Let's do it in 6 months.
My cousin is like a hardcore Republican, and she's like, you know what, I can't keep you guys on. Yes, can I talk about stuff? Like that guy, right? I guarantee he's fun. It's fun guy to hang out with, right? I don't know, but I've met Kamala Harris once. I honestly don't know. Yeah, she's too much of a support thing. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't think that would listen.
So how do you deal with all these things? You have those children.
Kamala Harris is the person who you tell you to find a job. She says, well, that's the kind of offensive thing, right?
I say, you're a genius. She likes me.
Hunter Biden is saying, if you tell him to play offensive joke, he laughs his ass off and says, let's do it.
Let's do it again. Let's light the house on fire. So how do you deal with this? You get in the office, now people are mad about Project 2025. There's that nature of other things. That you're going to dismantle the entire federal government.
So yeah, this is the craziest thing when we said Project 2025. So here it's just about profit. They wrote a 900-page document. Okay, if you take any 900-page document that exists anywhere, I'm going to find something that I hate about it and something I like about it, right? So they've tried to pick up every little thing that is in the document and say, this is Trump's agenda. It's not but you're right, like, yeah, Donald Trump and I really do want to, make the federal bureaucracy speak. I think there are ways to keep bureaucrats collecting a check. I think that's bad for Americans because they have to pay those people's salaries. It's bad for Americans. Sometimes they're doing things like spying on their fellow citizens, which is really bad. Okay, so here's a crazy story I just read about that's the legacy. There was a Wall Street Journal story about how, the Chinese had hacked into Verizon and AT&T networks. Okay, you probably didn't see the story, but make a lot of news. My understanding is that part of the infrastructure that they hacked into was built on top of surveillance systems that were in 2001 Patriot Act stuff. So we were talking about the civil libertarian element of that, and rightfully so. I don't want American citizens to be smart, but the in some ways is we're creating a backdoor in our own technology networks that are influencer networks. That's crazy. That's and no one's going to accept responsibility. No one's going to say, well, we screwed up. Let's do something different. This is the biggest problem I have. All policy disagreements aside, the refusal of people to take responsibility and say, you know what, I screwed up. Okay? That is the biggest thing that's messed up about American government politics. Look, I have a lot of friends. I was 18 years old. I know I supported the Iraq when I was 18 years old. I feel bad about it. I
in the United States where I did my part. I feel bad about it. There were people in my stop short of that. I supported it in backyards, yelling, watching a lot of Fox, but I stopped quite short of it. Yeah, we all have the serve in our era. But the guys who push and they're still collecting multi-$100,000 politics. They still have influence, and they've never said we screwed up. Like, that is the thing about Washington D.C. is nobody accepting responsibility for failure. Because if you can't do that, you can't fix the problem. Now it seems to me that we're showing investigations into foreign policy, meaning that we can no longer celebrate. I say we're there to democratize a country. You're there to preemptively invade a country before they attack us. But we can't say we're there so that drag queens in whatever in Russia can have more of the say. Well, you asked why we were in Afghanistan for 20 years. It's like because they really, the Afghanis really need more studies, right? The non-binary gender. Right. You think I'm kidding? Your tax dollars, my tax dollars, are funding programs in a country where a lot of people didn't have running water. We're funding programs to teach people that there were non-binary genders. That I do agree with because it is fun. And I do want to see someone in the collision officer was standing in the right, and then someone explaining that to them to me is fun, and that I support that. I'm sure the Taliban has a lot of fun during the 70s. That's me. Why can't the 70s and 70s life altering medical surgery? Is it because you guys are passionate about understand like why would you allow an 8-year-old to fully transition? Not only that, but they want us to use any kind of tax dollars to try to force other countries to follow this ridiculous pathway. Yes. Which, by the way, look, I know a little bit about your politics, and I'm pretty libertarian. Like, this is actually something I agree with you about. We should be, whether it's in defense or whether it's in the medical industry, we should be worried about when a profit-motivated entity tries to manipulate different laws. And right now, we have pharma companies making billions of dollars off of cross-sex hormones for children. Right? Nobody's on the left is like, that's kind of weird that the very people who are getting rich off of this are also lobbying the American Medical Association and the U.S. government to force this on American citizens. It should have, I think, it should have stopped the show until he was great. Everyone was singing and everyone was happy. No, it truly was. And like people weren't, it wasn't so anxious. But then it got to a point where some of them particularly gay, I was in prison for 50 years. I'm going, why in God's name? The 5-year-old, the 7-year-old, the 12-year-old, the 14-year-old, be taking food money to be transitioning, making leave kids alone, have people alone. It's very simple. A lot of gay people feel that way, and trans people that feel that way, and people all over the spectrum that feel that way. That I'm going to listen to. It is the most extreme, loudest voices of that movement that I'm listening to. Yeah, really radicalized about this issue. I was actually talking to a friend who really disagrees with my views on traditional politics, and frankly, kind of rejected our friendship because I came out against this. I came out in support of banning gender transition from minors during my Senate campaign. And what really radicalized actually was during that conversation, she said something to me that I was like, wait a second, is this real? She said that hormone therapy for minors is totally unwholesome. Right? So the way they sell this is it just delays puberty. And if you've got, you stop taking the drugs and everything resumes as normal. That is totally and profoundly false. It can't be true. It just when I heard it, I was like, that sounds totally effing crazy. It turns out it is actually crazy. Also, not a great one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Probably not good. Probably not good because, like, 30 years old. But, like, even if it is true, there's a problem. But it's not true. Kids have permanent sexual dysfunction. Permanent, like, serious health problems. It's terrible. They take this election winning for the first time in over 100 years. You have markets that will win the presidential election and will control the House and Senate. Well, in swing states and more, college is already being used by over hundreds of thousands of people and has facilitated over $1 billion worth of trade. Let's take an example. Right now, Trump and Kamala are trading about 50-50, meaning if you place a bet on either, you'll double your money if you end up winning. That's pretty good. So put your money where your mouth is. Sign up using caution.com/tip. I love this site. I love chance. I love speculation. I make a lot of predictions. A lot of them come out true. I'm using this site to make lots of money, and I think you should too. I think I know things. I think I have the inside track. Do you? So put your money where your mouth is and sign up using caution.com/GIM and get a $20 bonus when you deposit $100 using their mobile app. Election day is coming up on November 5th. 30% of registered voters don't turn out to vote, and only 20% of people under 30 voted in the last election. There's a website, sendthevote.org/Tim, that makes registering to vote easy. It's not partisan, meaning they don't care who you're voting for. They just want to ensure that you can vote. Head to sendthevote.org/Tim, and they'll help you sign up. Register and check if you're all set. You can also text Tim to 33022 to learn more. That's TIM to 33022. Do not be another no-show statistic, because I'll tell you right now, voting is a right that people have died for, and you should do it. And you can go to this website, sendthevote.org/Tim, and it makes registering to vote easy, because you know what wasn't easy? The Civil War, the Revolutionary War, or any of the wars. 1, 2, Spanish American. It doesn't. The point is this: the Korean War. I don't know that impacted voting. But here's the thing: voting is cool. It's what the cool kids are doing.
But I looked at my chickens and gave them to feel like very personally affronted about this, because they feel like if they were, a gay kid and they were 14 years old, and maybe they're confused. By the way, like a lot of teenagers, even a lot of non-gay teenagers, are confused because being a teenager is like you're confused age, right? But they're worried about like when somebody had had the transitions. In some ways, it's like the pharmaceutical answer version there, right? Is you're not gay, you're a totally different gender. And something I don't get about this man, like the inconsistency here is crazy, where they want to simultaneously tell you that the gender binary that male and female is way too simple and it's right in the middle. But like when you have a person going across sex hormones, they put on super petite dresses and high heels, and they act like the most stereotypical version of a girl, a male transitioning to female. It's like, okay, wait a second. Is the gender stereotypical binary bad? Or is it actually good? Because every time somebody takes these hormones, they start acting like Dylan Mulvaney.
No, what happens, I think, allowing the debate to be defined by very true logic. It's not about logic, it's about people throwing tantrums, and people don't have to agree with you. How are you?
Yes.
You agree with me? Absolutely. Kids should be left alone. As I was left alone to do, whatever. And, perhaps that's not great, but you shouldn't be telling me. I turned out fine. The vice president, you know what I mean? I'm Rolls Royce. So,
You're winning in that trade off. Like, I'm exceeding a service.
it's going to get blown up soon. But I'll tell you this, I don't see why we're telling kids about race theory or gender theory. Why are we not educating people in math, in reading, in science? Why are we indoctrinating children? I don't know too many people who are for that. If you meet people in the real world, none of them are going to 5-year-olds should learn about identity politics, and nobody's for it.
Nobody is like very few. And this is what I actually feel very personally passionate about, because this thing affects my family, right?
Yeah.
My wife and I talk about this all the time. So her parents were raised in South India. They moved to San Diego. Years ago, she was raised in San Diego, right? Okay, so she's Indian American, but she's like the most assimilated. She's American, right? Fundamentally, she's American. And we talk about like, okay, we were able to fall in love in part because we grew up in the 90s where everybody was like, yeah, okay, it's not perfect. Obviously, there's still racism out there, but like, judge people based on who they are, not on these like immutable characteristics of their skin color. Just judge people based on whether you have similar values and so on, right? And because of that, we met, fell in love. We had a family. My family's welcome to her, and vice versa. And my mom actually put this in a very interesting way. Like, that she's noticed this the last few years. That people are obsessed that we have mixed race children, right? And are they brown? Are they white? Are they Indian? Are they American? And my mom's just like, well, there are babies, right? That's who they are. There are babies. I think that if you really inflame the racial consciousness of people, if they fundamentally think of themselves not as human beings or as Americans, but as members of the racial group, that's just going to fundamentally lead to strength, right? Like you would, in some ways, like you would emphasize the commonality that we have as fellow citizens. You don't want to say, okay, you're black, so this means this thing about you and that thing about you, and you're white, so this means something totally different. And I just that obviously to me just common sense was linked to conflict. And again, I'm not saying it's perfect, but if you look at both black and white Americans, they say that race relations are worse now than they were 20 years ago. So we've ran this experiment of hyper-identity politics focused racial consciousness, right? Constantly emphasizing if you're black, you're oppressed, if you're white, you're oppressed, if you're black, you're colonized, if you're white, you're the colonizer. We've run this experiment now for 20 years. It's bullshit. It didn't work. It's made people hate each other. Let's get back to just trying to emphasize that we're all human beings.
1,000%. Now, let's look at the topic slightly less controversial. Israel. Because no one seems to have any issues with anything they do, which I like. Some countries people can have obviously, what happens on October 7th is a nightmare. Then you have a response to that, which is also a nightmare. You have a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. You have displacement of people. You have a looming potential for larger war in Syria. You're the vice president. How does the Trump administration handle what could be the massive, Mideast right now after everything obviously you just talked about getting America back on track and figuring out how to allocate resources to people in this country? How do we handle that?
Well, I mean, a couple of principles, right? So obviously, Israel has the right to defend itself. America's interest is sometimes going to be distinct. Sometimes we're going to have overlapping interests. Sometimes we're going to have distinct interests. And our interest, I think, very much is in not right? It would be a huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country. And it's interesting to me when the October 7th thing happened. And like, a couple of dear friends who live in Israel, actually, my wife's very good friend, she grew up with, married an Israeli guy. Like, we're like worried about our friends. And in the reaction to it, what I noticed is that American pro-Israel people who fashion themselves as pro-Israel, are actually much more militaristic than the Israelis who are living in Israel. Right? The Israelis were like, okay, Hamas just attacked us. We're going to really screw Hamas up. And of course, there's a humanitarian side of that. And we want to try to minimize civilian casualties. But like you had Americans saying, oh, this is really, this attack happened on Hamas' birthday, right? So we need to go to war against Russia. And obviously the Iranians funded part of this. We need to go to war with Iran. We just have to be smart. We have to be smart. Now, I don't want Iran to get nuclear weapon, and I think we should be like very strongly encouraging the Iranians and using all the influence that we have to encourage them to not have a nuclear weapon. I think nuclear proliferation is just a bad idea. Enough people have nukes, and the more people have nukes, I think the greater the risk of nuclear war. But we just have to be smart. And I actually think that what this ultimately looks like,
They promise not to use it. If you just had a fake one,
a fake one, you can have a fake one. Here's what I think. So this is again where smart diplomacy really matters. And something that Trump didn't kind of run from is the Abraham Accords. Okay, what is the Abraham Accords? Fundamentally, it's Israel entering into a alliance, right? Even though they kind of hate each other, Israel entering into an alliance with Gulf Arab states. Now, why would they do that since they hate each other? Because they both themselves into the Middle East and start war here. Recognize, okay, Israelis, Gulf Arab states don't like Iran, so let the Israelis and the Gulf Arab states provide the counterbalance to Iran. America doesn't have to constantly police every region of the world. We should empower people to police their own regions, right? And one, we would save a lot of money. Two, we would save a lot of focus. But unfortunately, I think Harris, she's got this weird thing where I actually think she kind of likes war. Maybe she feels like a tough guy about it. I don't know why it is, but they've actually pursued, even though they say they want to minimize Palestinian civilian casualties, they pursue the pathway that maximizes those casualties. They say that they're pro-Israel. They pursue the pathway that is prolonged for as long as possible, which is bad for Israel. And they seem to be sort of sleepwalking us into war with Iran. It's like the dumbest of all possible. Is there a way to avoid a conflict between China and Iran? I hope so, man. I really do, because it would be catastrophic. It would be, my whole argument with Russia and Ukraine is, okay, Russia shouldn't have invaded Ukraine, but a lot of it is about who we kill, like our interests in peace. But part of that is motivated by my view that Ukraine is not nearly as important to us as other regions of the world. We're just putting my cards on the table. Taiwan makes so much of the computer chips, right, which is such a driver of all economic growth, that if the Chinese took over Taiwan, it would be really bad for us. That's what I think. My hope is that the Chinese recognize that it would be so costly to invade Taiwan that it's just not working, right? And I think our policy, Donald Trump's policy, is yes, we're competitors with China, we're also going to engage in some diplomacy from time to time, is the way to prevent China from invading Taiwan. What I really worry about actually is, so we win in a couple of weeks, and I think they're going to win. I really worry the next couple of months that the Chinese try to do something, because if there was ever a time when America was at its weakest, it's with Joe Biden. It's sort of asleep at the wheel, Kamala Harris leaving their rules for election laws. And if they really want it, maybe they try to make a play for it in the next couple of months. I hope they don't, but we can't really control what they do.
It is an interesting time right now. 2 weeks out, this episode comes out Saturday. This Saturday. A momentous election. We had an assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. A couple of it's crazy. Are you satisfied with the accountability on the first attempt?
No, I'm not. And look, my understanding is that, frankly, the Trump campaign had requested additional resources, and those resource requests were very often denied. And with the Biden folks, with the Harris folks, have been saying as well, some of those requests were granted, yes, some of them weren't valid, right? And so I think there was a very serious oversight on that side of it. But look, obviously somebody screwed up because that was 120 yards of their issue. I'm certainly agreeing with some pretty good job.
I've gone to fields.
Yeah.
I've gone to like open fields. I've kind of walked around. I've kind of been there. I tried to move from Johnson.
I didn't fly. I feel like a small town. I didn't ask if you had to but the thing is, if you are a sportsman, you are a person who goes to Ranger shifts, 120 yards from the AR-15 is a hot shot. I could literally hit someone from 125 yards with an AR-15. And okay, so somebody clearly screwed up, right? And obviously, I've gotten into these sports over the last 3 months. The guys on my detail, universally super professional, good guys. But it's not the guys on the ground who protect the president. It's all the people who are canvassing the side around him. It's the leadership that refuse to grant resources. And I actually think it's a huge scandal. Like, why is it Congress? Why is it the Harris administration being more forthcoming about what happened? They seem to be in cover your ass mode when the American people just need to actually learn some details about how a guy got so close to the President of the United States.
And listen, obviously, there's a lot of people in the intelligence community who are already patriots, grateful for what they do, and kept the organization.
But some of them aren't.
Some of them aren't. And my question is, when you have social media companies who agree to censor a story about Hunter Biden's laptop, and because there's supposedly Russian disinformation, that request is signed It is a Russian hoax of a story. Is that election interference by members of the intelligence community? What does that say about the democratic process in this country? These are the people that are lecturing constantly about democracy and how important it is and what a threat you are, or President Trump, to democracy. There's no accountability. Have they said sorry? Has anyone, like, they haven't said sorry. None of them have lost their security clearance, right? Despite participating in massive votes. And I fully believe, and I've seen independent analysis that suggests this, that if the American people had known the full truth about the Hunter Biden laptop, because it implicated Joe Biden himself in potentially criminal, but at least corrupt wrongdoing, right? So I think we're shifting the election. I think Donald Trump will be the president of the United States right now. And, this is always why I get into the media. They say, oh, there's no evidence that this thing happened. Well, there might not be any evidence that, like, Dominion hacked the voting machines, but there's sure as hell evidence that our intelligence community conspired with big tech to literally control the flow of information in the days and weeks before an election. That's a way bigger threat to democracy than Donald Trump making a joke that you don't like. And yet we don't talk about that. We're on the subject of threats to democracy. The craziest thing that happened with the Trump administration, in my view, in terms of threat to democracy, is, and there was a New York Times story about this, that the leading generals in our country were lying to Donald Trump about troop redeployments in Syria so that they could say that we were drawing troop levels down, but in reality, it was staggering how they did the redeployments to hide from the commander-in-chief what they were actually doing with the military. Like, the most fundamental principle going back to George Washington is civilian control of the military. The elected president is the commander-in-chief. You had generals, in particular Mark Milley, the Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman, lying to Donald Trump. That's a threat to democracy, not when Donald Trump makes a joke around it. Who are these people working for if not the president of the United States? Well, they're working for the very groups. People call the deep state. What the deep state is just when you have an organization that becomes self-perpetuating. These people have military contracts, they have board seats, that all becomes part of who they're really serving. And again, people are going to line to themselves. Like, do I think that Mark Milley woke up every day saying, oh, I'm serving the military industrial complex and I can't wait to have my regular board seat? No, he wasn't thinking that way. He was thinking that true democracy was the opposite of what Donald Trump wanted to have. But in reality, Mark Milley isn't determined democracy as the American people determine. And so when the American people make a decision, you have to respect that decision, even if you don't like the guy that they ultimately elected. But I really, this is like this psychological trick that's been played on people like Dick Cheney and Kamala Harris, and I think they're all, they all participated. They're all honestly kind of victims of it too. Is that they've convinced themselves that the real threat to American democracy, it's not when, like, the Joint Chiefs of Staff chairman disobeys the elected president, it's when the elected president does something they don't like. I think that psychological trick is the heart of a lot of problems. Is it going to be difficult to secure 19 more people who are here illegally? Some of whom may have committed crimes, obviously. Instances of people who have been murdered by people that are here illegally. How is that? Are you able to do that? Is that possible? What would that look like? Yeah, so I have this question all the time, and I joke with who said, well, you can't possibly 25 million people, that's too many people. And I said, it's kind of like, you have like a Big Mac, and you say you can't possibly eat that whole thing, it's bigger than your mouth. I said, well, the way you do it is you take one bite, and then second bite, and then third bite. And that's how I think about deportations here, is you start with the most hard criminals, about 425,000 violent criminals, and we know where most of them are because they've committed crimes, right? So you do law enforcement, you go get those people, you send them back to where they came from, and that's where you start. But then, you've got to deport illegal aliens. If you're not willing to deport the people who came here illegally, especially those who came here in the last few years, then you're not going to have a border. And it's just basically proposal, right? I mean, people reveal themselves as illegal aliens all the time. They try to imply, like, there's a lot of social security from Americans in our country, where somebody, and I've had friends, their social
millions and millions of people want to work under the table. But that means a lot of Americans aren't getting good jobs because you have illegal aliens who want to work for much lower wages. Connecticut or Southampton, right? Again, I mean, respect, to all of it's really disgusting that you would try to make us pay American workers a wage to do things that other people wouldn't do. It's being short-sighted. Yeah, I mean, look, I want to say the Chamber of Commerce is bringing these people in clearly because they're humanitarian. Yeah, that's right. And the Kobe family, the change in the Bernie Sanders was asked about this. He said it is in Koch brothers' fantasy to have an open border. Yes, they'll drive down wages for everyone. Bill Clinton said it's a country of laws. That's all fun. He said that. Maybe it was. Maybe it wasn't. What changed in the Democratic Party? There's a lot of elements of the Republican Party for many, many years. The libertarian pro-business wing of the Republican Party is staunchly pro-immigration. And they have united with kind of the far left of the Democratic Party, which has become a lot of the Democratic Party. And this idea that any restrictions on immigration are racist, the idea of the border is racist, the idea of the process of which people can come into the country is insane. How did that happen? I mean, look, this is so crazy to me, where you have people in Aspen that are paying their nanny like poverty wages. That's right. And it's survivable for two reasons. One, because the nanny lives in a crowded apartment with like 600 people. And two, because that nanny is receiving welfare benefits from American taxpayers. So these people are having their lifestyles subsidized. They're paying their nanny's poverty wages, and their response to it is to say that you're racist if you think this arrangement is bad. Right? The people who are paying the taxes in front of the welfare state so that you can have a poverty wage nanny or a poverty wage household, they're racist, right? And not they just want a safe country and they don't want people to come to their country if they have to pay welfare benefits, and most importantly, they don't want somebody taking away their jobs. I think it's the most disgusting thing, man. And look, my heart breaks for the poor people in Aspen and West Hollywood who can't. There's not that much money. Because they have to pay. Well, Bel Air, Odyssey there, and Malibu have to pay their nannies. I mean, they're obviously the most. But these are jobs Americans won't do. By that I mean retail, wholesale, gardening, child care, working anywhere. These are jobs Americans, because that's what I was told. That's the argument. Americans will only construction job. And it is finance. That's right. My favorite is construction. Right? Yes. Americans want to build houses, and it's actually a totally reasonable argument if you think about it. Because in the 1960s, we had low levels of commercial immigration. There were no homes for people. Right? Massive was the United States of America in 1964 until we created this housing oasis, right? Bringing in millions and millions. The real truth, of course, is there are jobs Americans won't do at certain wages. Right? So the solution to that problem is to raise wages for working people to get rid of them in the labor force and not to be constantly employed. This servant class is also this is very corrosive to like the idea of American democracy, right? Small D American democracy. Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, go back to the original founding fathers. They wanted there to be commonality across citizens, right? They wanted smart people paying attention to the issues. They wanted whether you were a worker or a business owner or a farmer or a farmhand, they wanted some similarity across all American classes. If you have a permanent class of low-wage serfs, many of whom don't even speak English, that destroys the citizenship ethos that makes our democracy possible in the first place. These people don't care because they want the cheap labor. I care because faith that your leaders are willing to see you fight. They have to. And that's what's been working, right? This is not only Americans, countries all over the world. Yes, globalization benefits them in a big unevenly distributed series. You have a class of people that are making global assets, and you've seen the value of those assets increase. They get invested in the market, and they're incredibly happy with the freedom to move capital, make lots and lots of money. But the citizens of the countries that they live, their standards of living have been lowered and lowered and lowered. And this is not, it's not only America, it's this financial architecture that seems to be replacing people's cultures, histories, and ideals. A nation is a real economy too, right? We used to make stuff that we're trading derivatives and shipping dollars overseas, but also shipping assets overseas. We used to make that stuff in the United States. I mean, crazy statistic. What do you think the life premium for having a bachelor's degree is in this country? In other words, if I have a bachelor's degree, how much longer do you live than those without a bachelor's degree? Yes, 7 years. Wow, 7 years. You live 7 years longer for having gone to college in the United States of America. You put this well, the way that I would put it is globalization. It's been very good for rich people in rich countries. And it's been very good for the poorest people in countries. It's been extraordinarily bad for poor people, middle-class people in rich countries, right? And in some ways, the whole Trump movement is a rebellion against, okay, some people have benefited from this. Some people have benefited when my steel mill employed my grandfather for 40 years, when it went from 10,000 jobs to 1,800 jobs, right? But it wasn't the people who I grew up with, and it wasn't our families, and it wasn't the moms and dads who got divorced because the dad, usually, but sometimes the mom, lost a stable middle-class wage. I mean, again, Republicans are like, this was the party of family and of family values. You know what's really bad for family values? When thousands of people at the drop of a hat lose a good middle-class wage, right? That's not good for family values. That destroys families. And again, we can do so much better, but we've got to get away from this family consensus in the last 4 years. But isn't it good that BlackRock owns? Because people, I feel like, don't want to own their own homes. A lot that goes into it. Isn't it better for them to rent? Isn't it better for them to take Ubers and have small little jobs instead of one big one? I think it's, I have friends that do DoorDash, Uber Eats, Uber Lyft, and they rent and they really like it because they can get high on it. Isn't that a better country than having a family? Aren't people happier like this? Didn't you say you wanted people to have families and then people said you were sick? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, they said I'm sick. Have you ever had a dream or a podcast or a job that that's me? Isn't that clearly the most fulfilling life is to watch Netflix all day and get loud. That's right. To be clear, I want to make sure that's clearly the most important. But I think the second most fulfilling life is to have a family and participate in your community and to talk about ideas with your friends and spend time having meals. Again, obviously it's best to have food delivered to you by yourself and to eat it alone. And it's also really fun to share a meal with friends and family. Right? Go to groundnews.com/tip for a better way to stay informed based on all the facts. Get 40% off the Ground News Vantage plan with my link and easily see past media bias and sensationalism. I'm telling you right now, and this is a great way to get the facts behind any news story spin. Okay? Out of nearly 150 sources reporting on this, barely any are coming from right-wing outlets. So you can take a photo, take a news story. Trump pledges to prosecute those he considers cheating an election if he wins. And then they go, okay, wait a minute. Let's see. Everybody who is reporting on this is predominantly left-wing outlets. What do the right-wing outlets say? Trying to get, the facts, to this, to that, right? I think it's very important to always try to stay informed from all the different sources that you can. And what Ground News does a great job of is getting you info from a myriad of different sources. On the website, it allows you to see through misleading media narratives, gathers news from around the world, exposes where an outlet has an ideological slant or if they're independently owned or corporate funded. Isn't that nice to know
what you are reading and just writing in and just funding them. I'm telling you, I think it's a great idea, and I feel very good about the fact that services like this exist. I'm telling you, you can better understand the absurdities and contradictions you highlight in political reporting. And this is something that I've done for years, and a lot of people do. We look at all the different things and see who owns what, who's saying what, why they're saying it. Go to groundnews.com/Jim or scan my QR code for massive 40% off the same Vantage plan I use for unlimited access to all their features. I think Ground News is doing important work, and I hope you'll check them out. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as long as 4 correct picks. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in 30 states, including California, Florida, Georgia, Texas. Prize Picks is the only real money daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, so your lineup stay in play even if one of your players gets injured. If your player leaves in the first half and doesn't return, Prize Picks keeps your lineup live. Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action. Join over 10 million users to sign up today. Prize Picks invented the flex play, which means you can still cash out if your lineup isn't perfect. You can double your money even if one of your picks doesn't hit. Want to play Prize Picks alongside Drew's Kid, Joe Button, Sugar Sean O'Malley? You can now find community plays under the promos tab of the app to view entries from some of the biggest names in the Prize Picks community each week. Prize Picks puts its members first, so all withdrawals are fast, safe, and secure. When my picks hit, I can get my money as quick as 15 minutes. Think Justin Jefferson will get more than 83.5 yards next week? Christian McCaffrey run for more than 75 yards? Cook up hot takes with your friends and win real money this football season when you and your crew run your game on Prize Picks. Okay? This week on Prize Picks, I'm looking at the football board and selected Justin Jefferson for more than 83 receiving yards and Patrick Mahomes for less than 267 passing. Tyreek Hill for more than 97 receiving, and Saquon Barkley for more than 67 rush yards. I win all the time on this because I'm so good at it. Download the app today. Use code TIM to get $50 instantly after you play for a $5 rideout. Prize Picks, run your game. Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide, more than 1,000. They've recovered over $20 million for over 500,000 clients. Morgan has a proven track record of fighting to get you full and fair compensation. I love Morgan and Morgan. I cannot recommend them enough. Whether you are a victim of something, you're in an accident, you slip, you fall, it's an unsafe work environment, it's an unsafe social environment. Make them pay. You deserve full and fair compensation for whatever has happened to you. If you were ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. Wait a minute, that doesn't even make any sense. They're just working for free unless they win. Whoa! For more information, go to forthepeople.com/TIM or dial #529 from your cell phone. It's forthepeople.com/TIM or dial #529 from your cell. This is a paid advertisement. It's a great way to support the show and get justice. Isn't it? BlackRock is a way to calm that down when they're purchasing homes. And they're driving up the cost of real estate all over New York City on buildings that are full of empty apartments because it's money injuring from people overseas that are stashing money. And it's raising the cost of living. That's the entire city.
That's exactly right. And I've actually my dear friends is a big Rothschild guy. I've kind of come around to the Rothschild argument. I don't fully agree with it, but the criticism of the Federal Reserve makes the most sense to me is that it gives massive corporations a lower cost of money than the average American, right? So part of the reason BlackRock has been able to buy all these homes is yes, what is BlackRock borrowing at? Right? What rate are they borrowing at? Because the average American right now, I think the average mortgage interest rate is somewhere around 7% now. Okay, BlackRock's borrowing at like 1.5, 2.5%, right? So if they're paying a much lower cost for debt than the average American, they have a huge advantage. They buy up all the homes, they jack up all the costs, and again, going back back to the Jeffersonian idea of Americans as owners and as citizens of the country. What happens when Black Rock goes to your home and say they say you're not allowed to own a firearm because we own this home, you own this home. Okay, there goes the second one. What if they say, well, for all residents in our places, we don't want you to put up yard signs for certain political candidates? Well, there goes the first. There's a connection, there's a very deep connection between the idea of American citizenship, the full idea, and the liberties that actually make American society such a cool place to live. And if we turn everybody into renters, we're going to destroy that. I think that here's where you're wrong. People really like these shows where people buy $20 million homes, like selling Sons and Rose. That is what is going on. Because there's 30 shows about people buying mansions. And people get to watch them. So you don't have to cut grass. You can watch somebody else buy a house. That is what's happening over here. You can live in a pub. Yeah. You can eat your roasted breakfast. You can watch other people look at you and dream. Do that. There are people watching people buy houses for tens of millions of dollars. They themselves cannot afford their rent. It's almost like the shows have the purpose of distracting us from the fact that material living standards in this country have been stagnating for many years. And you address that by perhaps the federal funds rate. What I think is, I've actually talked to the president has a very dear friend by the name of Steve who's a very smart guy, he's been a successful real estate investor. And Steve has all these interesting ideas. It's hysterical. Steve is I assume a multi-millionaire, he's certainly very rich, but he has all these ideas for how to make it so that ordinary Americans are paying the same amount for debt as the big guys, right? Because if you're paying 7% and the big guys are paying 2%, ordinary Americans are losing it. There are a lot of different ways you can do that. You could just basically statutorily not allow BlackRock to access the federal funds rate directly. You can do all of these things to lower the cost of capital for Americans. There's like a lot of ways to address the problem, but it's a problem. And the fact that we're not talking about that, instead we're talking about, like Donald Trump is a threat to democracy because he said that if people buy it after he wins, then we should not allow it. Which is the great, all the criticism about Trump. The craziest one is, he said in a rally that if people right after the election, law enforcement should prevent that from happening. It's a threat to democracy. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's common law in American law enforcement, but it's funny, man. People are more focused on that. The media is more focused on that than on the fact that we have a set of economic policies that are like our generation. Okay, so you're about my age. Like our generation, especially young people, permanent paupers, permanent renters in the country that their parents and grandparents built. And I see these polls that say that young people, usually vote for Democrats, but maybe they're more pro-Trump this cycle than they were last cycle. My argument to them is, aren't you sick of politicians talking about fake bullshit instead of the fact that you can't afford a home and that you want to raise a family because you want to afford healthcare costs and their housing costs? Like, let's talk about real stuff. Say what you will about Donald Trump. Say what you will about me. Right? He talks about real things that affect real people. He's the happy medium. You know what I mean? Because you're making a lot of points that are going to be tough to deal with. Look, if Kamala Harris is president, here's the win again. She's always looking for that. Right? If they are in Ukraine, they can then be conscripted into random support in Ukraine. And so, if you're a young American and you like to own a very sweet mansion in Ukraine, while also fighting a war for a country that's 6,000 miles away, then Kamala Harris is your candidate. If you like to own a nice home in the United States of America and raise a family, I think Donald Trump is better. Different shapes, different strokes for different folks, man. I don't want to judge anybody's preference. No, for sure. I'm going to be honest. I was very interested. We're excited about it. Then I look at Beverly Hills and they got the flags and everything. They got into it. It's fun. It's actually fun to have something to be into. Well, I saw a couple years ago when he sent my photo. They had the Black Lives Matter thing in the arch. They had the Trans Lives Matter sign in the arch, and then they had the Ukrainian flag hanging up on their porch. And he sent me this photo and he said, I've just seen it. The Holy Trinity. That's right. The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Now it's those three.
Well, we're not allowed to ask why the agreement happened and to potentially create conditions where we're not allowed to ask that.
Did American diplomacy actually create conflict instead of diffusing conflict? In my view, it did.
And maybe that was the goal. We don't know. I mean, I don't want to sound like that.
Well, it's this psychological sort of thing. Everyone is either Adolf Hitler or it's Churchill. That's how these people think about it.
Do you think Hitler was marched through Europe and he's going to knock over Poland? He's going to knock over. It doesn't seem
All absurd arguments I hear.
it doesn't seem like
He can't take half of Ukraine. That's his goal. He can't take half of Ukraine, but somehow he's going to march all the way to Berlin. And by the way, if he marches all the way to Berlin, what the hell does that say about Germany? Maybe they should build their own security capacity and prevent it. I mean, maybe they should think less Ramstein and actually have military that's worthwhile. Though I will say, Ramstein has this crazy song from 2004. I think, we're talking about we're all living in America. That is actually a really interesting criticism of globalization. So to the Ramstein fans out there, I apologize.
NATO. Do you think that we define our relationship with NATO?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that what we have to President Trump has said about NATO is, look, we're going to pull out of NATO, but NATO needs to be a true alliance, a true partner, and not basically just another welfare fund of the United States of America. I mean, okay, guess how many mechanized brigades, of course, you actually guess how many mechanized brigades Germany could field right now. Germany's the fourth largest economy in the world. They could field between 0 and 1 mechanized brigades. If that is your country's military, you're not a partner of the United States in any security sense. You're a welfare company of the United States. And I like Germany. I love Germany, by the way. It's a great country, great people, good beer. They should be doing more to look after their own security.
Well, ironically, they rely on cheap Russian gas and oil. The United States military. So he's asking NATO countries to fund more of their own defense is the direction they really want to go.
Well, I think they have to fund more of their own defense, and they have to take more ownership of their own security. And again, I don't want America to be the police. We can't be the police with you, the police with the Great Beast. I want more of these allies to behave like allies, to take more ownership of their own security, and make their own decisions. I mean, if it was a European country, in some ways, I would feel kind of pathetic. That they always call Tony Blair, the Prime Minister of the UK, Bush's people. It was probably being too nice to Tony Blair. I call him Bush's people because these guys, they don't even have their own countries anymore. They just do whatever the United States says they do. I mean,
London is also just becoming a vertical money laundering scheme.
it's
Everyone from all over the world, and in New York, this has happened to all these great cities, is that people that live there are driven out. Exactly. And you have millionaires and centimillionaires going in and buying all this real estate, not contributing to the culture of the city. And in London's case, they're pushing workers through the windows. That is good. I think it's fine. I think it's fine because it's not random. It's not like, oh, I just run out of here.
first floor windows with 10 cells. It's okay. Well, I did the rest.
To me, it's like I look at these great cities and I say, listen, obviously, we want people from all over the world to come appreciate a city. But what does the purchasing of real estate from foreign nationals become a major problem for not only the cost of living of Americans, but the culture of a city? You know what I mean? Like, it seems insane that nobody, Ron DeSantis came out and doing something about it. Very few politicians have come out and said anything about the fact that shit's very
London is effectively socialist taxing, right? It's just crazy. It's a socialist country, socialist government at this point, but they let billionaires from all over shelter their assets in the country. It's a totally bizarre and screwed up way of thinking about your economy. This is sort of becomes flat, it becomes the same. And like real diversity actually is like I kind of like to go to a different place and have it be different. Just be Paris. Yeah, not have it all just feel the same. Right. That is I think a diversity that I can get behind.
People see financial migration as an opportunity to go into a country that respects the laws of the culture, set up a profitable business, and then send their money back to another country. It doesn't seem like a sustainable model.
You know, investment in that country. People who have investments in place to care about. Well, like if workers get really pissed, right, then maybe I'll have to pay higher taxes, right? So then we're going to focus on making the workers not pissed. Yeah, or if people get really miserable and they start doing crazy things and start rioting, let's make it harder for people to riot. Right? If you don't have that investment in the local community, then I think that's what this leads to. And to your point, yeah, I think we should base the ban for asset purchases of American land.
You grew up in an area of Virginia, not even Virginia.
Well, so yeah,
It's Appalachian.
born and raised in Ohio, right? But my family's from the Appalachian part of Eastern Kentucky.
Okay. I think that was Virginia. But I know that that's not. the case.
It's a very LA way of thinking about things, right?
Yeah, there's Ohio and freighters. I was like, like music festivals. I didn't know that. I thought like,
In your mind, it's like California, New York, and just everything. It's all
now Chicago fits. But that's what it's becoming. We gotta stop it from becoming that. Right? Now, one of the lessons you learned, you look at the reality it was a bestseller. It's a movie as well. What were your takeaways? Because I know people that love the book, disagree. Certainly some of their takeaways. I know people who probably know better than you because they live in Santa Monica. What? And they go, I don't think he's ready with that.
The real Appalachians in Santa Monica.
What? By the way, it is. I'll take you there. And it doesn't make sense. This do some stuff. What were your takeaways? Because you're not the fact that you're great to Yale Law School. Now it's a successful Senate campaign. You're sitting here running for vice president. You come out of an area where circumstances for a lot of people and it's a deindustrialized area. There's drug problem. What are the takeaways that you look at the things that plague that area and how to restore it?
Sure. Well, it's I'd say separate categories, right? There's a personal takeaway and there's like a policy takeaway, right? Because at some level, if you're just a person growing up in a community that's been deindustrialized, left behind, you kind of have to deal with the belt. And that's like what really the book is about. It's like, what do you do now that this thing has already happened? And for me, the biggest thing that I took away from my youth is, one, have a sense of gratitude, even if we didn't have a whole lot. I tried to be grateful for my grandparents for sacrificing for me, because that prevented me from being sinful and seeing myself as a victim. Right? I graduated from high school. I was pretty good. I definitely saw myself as all everybody else has more than I do. And that seeing yourself as a victim, I think, is like a really, really destructive thing for a person. But then there's like a policy takeaway from it, which is, why are we giving so many shitty hands to people to begin with, right? Like my job as a vice president is different from my job as an 18-year-old kid who just wanted to live life, right? My job as vice president is to make sure that as many kids in our country as possible have a pretty good story, as opposed to a really crappy one. And I think the only way to do that, if you look historically, if you look at just our own country, the only way to build a sustainable middle class is to have a viable manufacturing economy. Because if you're a lawyer, okay, you're litigating, you're doing deals, okay, are you litigating about, and are you doing workings with if there isn't a foundation of the economy, right? If you're a banker and you're doing trading, or you're doing, sort of capital investment, what are you investing in if not the underlying foundation of the economy, right? The economy's foundation has to be the real stuff. It's ag, it's manufacturing, it's making things, it's doing things, and then all the other services are built around it. The conceit of American leaders, I should say, in 2024 is the idea that you can have everybody working in tech, in finance, and advertising. Well, you can't. What products are you advertising? what technologies are you developing if the underlying real economy isn't strong? What are the bankers investing in if there isn't anything there? And I think that's actually where, while yes, things have gotten really bad in Republican Harris's leadership, we go down this pathway of 10 years. And our share of manufacturing GDP goes from 18% to 10%. Then the lawyers and the bankers are going to realize that they don't have good jobs either. And that's when they're actually going to realize that Donald Trump is right. More question, yeah, I really appreciate this. How do you prevent tax censorship from balance? Yeah. I know this is a tough thing to have an exact answer for. What are some thoughts? So very simply, and this is like not a traditional answer, but the antitrust lawsuits right now is actually started in Donald Trump's administration. I think you have to break the ties. I think they're too big. They become monopolists. They become too powerful. Frankly, they became too powerful thanks to government privileges. Right? These are like natural monopolies that just came on the free market. They were handed special favors by the government. They use that power to become monopolists, and now they tell Americans what they can or can't say. I don't think there's actually a way to solve it. Google is so big, it's extremely hard to be able to like ensure that Google doesn't engage in censorship. I just think these kind of companies have to be separated. So break out the yes. Fine. So the last question is the toughest one. For the last 5 years, I have done Christian missionary work in Africa. So I thought you were serious for the first time. Second, where the hell is this going on? Me and Governor Walls have been in Africa for feeding them. And the fact that we've never seen you there, me and both of them there, I'll tell you, that's what I'll tell you. He seems like a fun guy. He seems like a fun guy. Was he fun at the debate? Was he fun? He seems fun. I like making things up. I mean, fun is one way to say it. He honestly at the debate, I feel bad because, all right, so my wife, one of her great, character attributes, but also one of her flaws is that she cannot easily sort of, right? Like if I screwed something up, she would say, "Oh yeah, you did what you said," right? So I come off the debate stage, and her face is right, like she's so happy. And I look over at Glenn Wallace, and Glenn Wallace, like she just showed up with him. And I was like, oh shit, this went really well for me, and this went really well for him. I honestly think, my honest assessment is that he's probably a very nice guy. Right? I don't know him well, he's probably a very nice guy. Do I think that he should be vice president? No. And aside, yeah, that's a tough job. But aside from policy differences, I just don't think the guy has the depth for me personally. I hate to sound like President Trump says this. You want your leaders to be smart, right? You want them to actually care about the stuff that they're doing in government. When I hear, especially when I hear Kamala Harris talk, I think to myself, she has no idea what the hell she thinks, and that is scarier than me disagreeing with her on any policy issue, right? But I'm thrilled to hear that Tim Walz did missionary work in Africa. Yes, you guys are both great humanitarians. I think did you serve with them in Iraq? Well, actually, Ukraine. Okay, Ukraine actually. As soon as that happened, I was over and fought valiantly for a year. And then he went march to Tiananmen Square. That's the thing about Tim Walz. He's the Forrest Gump of politics, right? Every time something big has happened in world history, Tim Walz has been there to observe it and just to see it up close. Whatever attacks on the basis of if he doesn't know something, I feel good as an American that dictating the tone. Jamie Vance, thank you very much. Thanks, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, the source of energy and the origin of life is the reaction between carbon dioxide and nitrogen. And amazingly, most of these reactions are hexagonic, which is to say they release energy. If you have hydrogen and CO2, you put them together in a Vulcan tube and you warm it up to say 50 degrees centigrade and put in a couple of cans of this and you shake it, nothing's going to happen. But thermodynamically, that is less stable. Two gases, hydrogen and CO2, is less stable themselves. What should happen is you get cells coming out. Why doesn't that happen? It's because the kinetic barriers, because that's where you need the spark.
most recent titled Transformer, Deep Chemistry of Life and Death. And the final question, why is life the way it is? This is Flex from a podcast that is supported. Please check our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Nick. Hi. Let's start with perhaps the most mysterious, the most interesting question that we humans can ask of ourselves. How did life originate on Earth? You could ask anybody working on the subject, and you get a different answer from them. They will be pretty passionately held opinions, and their opinions vary in science. But they're still really, at this point, their opinions, because there's so much stuff to know, that what we can never do is get a kind of a small slice of it, and it's the context which matters. So I can give you my answer. My answer is, from a biologist's point of view, that has been missing from the equation for decades, which is, well, what does life do on Earth? Why is it this way? Why is it made of cells? Why is it made of carbon? Why is it powered by electrical charges on membranes? There's all these interesting questions about cells. And if you then look to see, well, is there an environment on Earth? Years ago, that kind of matches the requirements of cells? Well, there is one. It's very obvious one. It's basically created by whenever you have a wet rocky planet, you get these hydrothermal vents, which generate hydrogen gas in bucketloads and electrical charges on kind of cell-like bonds that can drive the kind of chemistry that life does. So it seems so beautiful and so obvious that I've spent the last 10 years or more trying to do experiments. It turns out to be difficult, of course. Everything's difficult. You never thought it was going to be. But as it looks, I say more true rather than less true about 10 years through, and I think I have to take a step back every now and then and think, where's this going? I'm happy it's going in a sensible direction. And I think then you have these other interesting dilemmas. I mean, I'm often accused of being too focused on life on Earth, too kind of narrow-minded and nitpicking. I say that I think I'm talking about carbon, I'm talking about cells. Maybe you or plenty of people can say to me, yeah, but life can be anything, and I have no imagination. And maybe they're right, but unless we can say why life here is this way, and if those reasons are fundamental reasons, or if they're just trivial reasons, then we can't answer that question. So I think they're fundamental reasons, and I think we want to agree.
Yeah, there might be some deep truth to the puzzle here on Earth that will resonate with other puzzles elsewhere that will solving this particular puzzle will give us that deeper truth. So what to this puzzle you said vents, hydrogen, what? So chemically, what is the potion here? Where is oxygen? We wrote a book about this.
Yeah, and I'm actually just came straight here from a conference where I was chairing a session on whether oxygen matters or not, and it's true, of course it matters, but it matters most to the origin of life to be not there. As I see it, we have this, life is made of carbon, basically, primarily organic molecules with carbon bonds, and the building block, the Lego brick that we take out of the air or take out of the oceans is carbon dioxide. And to turn carbon dioxide into organic molecules, we need to strap on hydrogen. And so we need an enzyme. This is basically what brief is doing. It's hydrogenating carbon dioxide. It's taking the hydrogen bubbles out of the earth and these hydrogen bonds and it sticks it on CO2. And it's kind of really as simple as that. And actually, thermodynamically, there's the thing that I find most troubling is that if you do these experiments in the lab, the molecules you get are exactly the molecules that we see in the heart of chemistry.
Is there something to be said about the earliest origins of that little potion, that chemical process? What really is the spark there?
There isn't a spark. There is a continuous chemical reaction. There is kind of a spark, but it's a
stable, two gases of hydrogen and CO2 is less stable than cells. What should happen is you get cells coming out. So why doesn't that happen? It's because of kinetic barriers. It's because that's why you need the spark.
Is it possible that life originated multiple times on Earth? The way you describe it, you make it sound so easy.
There's a long distance to go from the first bits of pre-mountain chemistry to, say, molecular machines like ribosomes.
Is that the first thing that you would say is life? Like if I introduce you to the two of you to that party, you would say that's a living thing.
I would say as soon as we introduce genes, information, into systems that are growing anyway, so I could talk about growing protocells, as soon as we introduce even random bits of information into there, I'm thinking about RNA molecules, for example. It doesn't have to have any information, it can be completely random sequence. But if it's introduced into a system which is in any case growing and knowing itself and reproducing itself, then any changes in that sequence that allow it to do so better or worse are now selected by perfect natural selection.
But the system
So that's when it becomes alive to my mind.
that's encompassed into like an object that keeps information and evolves that information over time, changes that information over time.
Yes, exactly.
In response to
So it's always part of the system.
So is your sense that it started only once because it's difficult, or is it possible it started in multiple locations on Earth?
It's possible it's done on multiple occasions. There's two provisos to that. One of them is oxygen makes it impossible, really, for life to start. So as soon as we've got oxygen in the atmosphere, then life is going to keep starting over. So I often get asked by people, why can't we have life starting? If it's so easy, why can't life start in these vents now? And the answer is, if you want hydrogen to react with CO2 and oxygen, then hydrogen reacts with oxygen instead. It's just get an explosive reaction that way. It's rocket fuel. So it's never going to happen. But for the origin of life earlier than that, all we know is that there's a single common ancestor for all of life. There could have been multiple origins and they all just disappeared. But there's a very interesting deep split in life between bacteria and what are called archaea, which look just the same as bacteria. And they're not quite as diverse, but really. And they are very different in their biochemistry. So any explanation for the origin of life has to account as well for why they're so different and yet so similar. And that makes me think that life probably did arise in once.
Can you describe the difference? That's interesting there. But why are they similar? Why they're different?
Well, they're different in their membranes primarily. They're different in things like DNA replication. They use completely different enzymes and the genes behind it for replicating DNA.
So they both have membranes, both have DNA replication. Yes, the process of that is different.
They both have DNA. The genetic code is identical in them both. The way in which it's transcribed into RNA, into a copy of a gene, and the way that that's then translated into a protein, that's all basically the same in both these groups. So they clearly share a common ancestor. It's just that they're different in fundamental ways as well. If we think, well, what kind of processes could drive that divergence very early on? I can think about this in terms of membranes, in terms of electrical charges on membranes. It's that makes me think that probably many unsuccessful attempts have been really successful.
Can you explain why that divergence makes you think there's one common ancestor? I think you described that intuition a little bit unclear about why the diverge, like the leap from the divergence means there's one. Do you mean like the divergence indicates that there was a big invention at that time?
Yes, if we got, as I imagine it, we have a common ancestor living in the hydrogen event. Let's say there are millions of vents and millions of potential common ancestors living in all of those vents, but only one of them makes it out first. Then you can imagine that cell is then going to kind of take over the world and wipe out everything else. And so what we see would be a single common ancestor for all of life, but with lots of different vent systems all vying to create the first life form, you might say.
So this thing is a cell. Single cell.
We're always talking about populations of cells, but yes, these are cells.
But the fundamental right? So like, so they're always together, but they're alone together. There's the machinery in each one individual component that, if left by itself, will still work.
Yes. It's the unit of selection, as a simple sense. But selection operates over generations and changes over generations in populations of cells. So it would be possible to say that a cell is the unit of selection in the sense that unless you have a population, you can't change.
Right, but there was one Chuck Norris, it's an American reference, cell that made it out of the fence, right? Or like the first one.
So imagine then that there's one cell gets out and it takes everyone out.
It gets out in the water, it's like
We're deep in the ocean somewhere. But actually, two cells got out. And they appear to have got out from the same vent because they both share the same code and everything else. So there's all, we've got a million different common ancestors in all these different vents. So either they all have the same code, two cells spontaneously merge from different places, or two different cells, fundamentally different cells, came from the same place. So either way, what are the constraints that say one came out or not half a million came out, but two came out? That's kind of a bit strange. So how did they come out? Well, they come out because what you're doing inside a vent is you're relying on the electrical charges down there to power this reaction between hydrogen and CO2 to make yourself grow. But when you leave the vent, you've got to do that yourself. You've got to power up your own membrane. And so the question is, well, how do you power up your own membrane? And the answer is, well, you need to pump ions to give electrical charge on the membrane. So what are the pumps? Well, the pumps are different in these two groups. It's as if they both emerge from a common ancestor. As soon as you've got that ancestor, things move very quickly and divergent. Why does the DNA replication look different? Well, it's joined to the membrane. The membranes are different. The DNA replication is different because it's joined to a different kind of membrane. So there's interesting, this is detail, you may say, but it's also fundamental because it's about the two big divergent groups of life on Earth that seem to have diverged really early on.
It all started with one organism, and then that organism start replicating the heck out of itself with some mutation in the DNA. So like there's a competition through the process of evolution. They're not like trying to beat each other out. They're just trying to
just replicate us.
yeah. Well, let's not.
They're
just trying to chill. Trying to relax up. But there's no sense of trying to survive. They're replicating.
There's no sense in which they're trying to do anything. They're just kind of amalgamating to Earth, you might say.
Of course, the aliens would describe us. It might be really primitive life. Man, it's just ants that are hairless. Okay. What do you think about the idea of panspermia? That the theory that life did not originate on Earth, was planted here from outer space, or pseudopanspermia, which is like the basic ingredients, the magic that you mentioned, was planted here from this one space.
I don't find them helpful. Let's not say they're wrong. So pseudopanspermia, the idea that the chemicals, the amino acids, the nucleotides make it. Well, we know what happens is unequivocal. They're delivered up nucleotides, comments, and so on. So what do they do next? That's, to me, the question. What they do is they stock a soup, and presumably they land in a pond or an ocean or wherever they land. And then you end up with the best possible case scenario is you end up with a soup of nucleotides and amino acids, and then you have to say, so now what happens? And the answer is, well, they have to go become alive. So how did they do that? As well say that miracle. I don't believe in soup. I think what we have in a vent is a continuous conversion, a continuous growth, a continuous reaction, continuous converting flow of molecules into more of yourself. So you've got a kind of continuous self-organizational growth from the very beginning. You never have that in soup.
Isn't the entire universe, living organisms in the universe, isn't it just soup all the way down?
Soup is by definition doesn't have a structure.
But soup is a collection of ingredients that are like randomly. Yeah, but they try to.
We
feels like there's a direction to the process, like a directed
There are directions to processes. And if you're storing the CO2 and you've got two reactive fluids being brought together and they react, what are they going to make? Well, they make carboxylic acids, which include the fatty acids that make up the cell membranes, and they form directly into their membranes. They form like superbubbles. It's spontaneous organization caused by the nature of the molecules, and those things are capable of growing and are capable, in effect, of being selected even before there are genes. So we have a lot of order, and that order is coming from thermodynamics, and thermodynamics is always about increasing the entropy of the universe. But if you have oil and water and they're separating, you're increasing the entropy of the universe, even though you've got some water, which is the same water. To come back to your first question about panspermia properly, just pushes the question somewhere else. That just, even if it's true, maybe life did start with panspermia. So, what are the principles that govern the emergence of life on any planet? I mean, it's an assumption that life started here, and it's an assumption that it started in a hydrothermal vent or it started in a terrestrial geothermal system. The question is, can we work out a testable sequence of events that drive from one to the other, and then test it and see if there's any truth in it? With panspermia, you can't do any of that.
But the fundamental question of panspermia is, do we have the machine here on Earth to build life? Is the vents enough? It is oxygen and hydrogen and whatever the heck else we want, and some source of energy and heat. Is that enough to build life? Of course, you could say that as a human, but there could be aliens right now chuckling at that idea. Maybe it needs some special sauce. Your sense is we have everything.
I mean, this is precisely the question. I like to, when talking about schools, I like to start out with the idea of we can make a time machine. We go back 4 billion years, and we go to these environments that people talk about. We go to a deep sea hydrothermal vent, we go to Yellowstone, Clark tank, place environment, and we find some slime rocks. We tested it, it's made of organic molecules. It's got a structure which is not obviously cells, but is this a stepping stone on the way to life or not? How do we know? Unless we've got an intellectual framework that says this is a stepping stone, that's not a step. We never know. We won't know which environment to go to, what to look for, how to say this. So all we can ever hope for, even though we don't build that time machine, is to have an intellectual framework which can explain step by step, experiment by experiment, how we go from sterile inorganic to moving cells as we know them. And in that framework, every time you have a choice, it could be this way or it could be that way. There's lots of possible forks down that road. Did it have to be that way? Could it have been the other way? And you might have given your life very different properties. And so if you come up with perhaps a long hypothesis, as I say, you're going from really simple prebiotic chemistry all the way through to genes and making machines, it's a long pathway. And nobody in the field would agree on the order in which these things happen, which is not a bad thing, because it means that you have to go and do some experiments and try and demonstrate that it's possible or not possible.
So freaking amazing that it happened, though. It feels like there's a direction to the thing. Can you try to answer from a framework perspective, what is life? So you said there's order, and yet there's complexity. So it's not perfectly ordered. It's not boring. There's still some fun in it. And it also feels like the processes have a direction. Through the selection mechanism, they seem to be building something always better, always improving. And maybe it's through that's a perception. That's our romanticization. Things are always better. Things are getting better. We'd like to believe that.
I mean, you think about the world from the point of view of bacteria. Bacteria were the first things to emerge from whatever environment they came from. And they dominated the planet very, very quickly. And they haven't really changed. 4 billion years later, they look exactly the same.
So about 4 billion years ago, bacteria
type of cell, eukaryotic cells, some cells with a nucleus and lots of stuff going on inside. Another singular origin, we don't have lots of the history of life on Earth. Maybe it happened multiple times and there's no evidence, everything just disappeared, but we have to at least take it seriously. There's something that stops bacteria from becoming more complex because they didn't. That's a fact that they emerged 4 billion years ago, and something happened 2 billion years ago, but the bacteria themselves didn't change. They remain bacteria. So there is no necessary trajectory towards great complexity in human beings. At the end of it, it's very easy to imagine without photosynthesis arising and without eukaryotes arising, the planet could be full of bacteria and nothing else.
We'll get to that because that's a brilliant invention. And there's a few brilliant inventions along the way. But what is life? If you were to show up on Earth, take that time machine, you said, asking yourself the question, is this a stepping stone towards life? As you step along, when you see the early bacteria, how would you know it's life? This is a really important question when you go to other planets and look for life. Like, what is the framework of telling the difference between a rock and a bacteria?
I mean, the question is kind of both impossible to answer and trivial at the same time. I don't like to answer it because I don't think there is an answer. I think we're trying to describe the process as to the answer. Because there is no, I mean, there's been lots of at least 40 or 50 different definitions of life on the planet. And most of them are, well, obviously bound in one way or another. I mean, there's for example, I can't remember the exact words that people use, but there's a NASA working definition of life, which more or less says a system which is capable of self-sustaining system capable of evolution. So there are various things. And I immediately have a problem with the word self-sustaining because it's sustained by the environment. And all they get to know what I'm trying to say, but I'm picking a hole. And there's always ways to say, by that definition, a rabbit isn't alive, only a pair of rabbits would be alive because a single rabbit is incapable of copying itself. There are all kinds of pedantic, silly, but also important objections to any hypothesis. The real question is what is, we can argue all day, people do argue all day about is a virus alive or not. It depends on the continent. Most biologists cannot agree about that. So then what about a jumping tree retroarm? It's even simpler than a virus, but it's capable of converting its environment into a copy of itself. And that's about as close. This is not a definition. This is a kind of a description of life. Is that it's able to parasitize the environment, which plants as well as animals, bacteria and viruses, to make a relatively exact copy of themselves, informationally exact copy of themselves.
But it doesn't really have to be a copy of itself, right? It's just you have to create something that's interesting. The way evolution is, so it is an extremely powerful process of evolution, which is basically making a copy of yourself. And sometimes myself, a little bit. So that seems to work really well. I wonder if it's possible to. That's not big time. It's not big time as a standard. That's a default.
It's called Hopeful Monster. It's more of it depends what it can. Actually, it turns out, I would say that this is due a re-emergence. There's some amazing work from Michael Levin. I don't know if you came across him, but if you haven't interviewed him, you should interview him.
So I mentioned
Yes.
So he said, if I may mention, Andre Pavati is a friend who's really involved in the AI community. Said you absolutely must talk to Michael, to Nick. So this, of course, I'm a huge fan of yours. Really fortunate that we can actually make this happen. Anyway,
Michael Levin is doing amazing work, basically about the way in which electrical fields control development. He's done some work with binary worms, flat worms. Well, he'll tell you all about this, so I won't say any more minimum, but basically you can cut their head off and redevelop a new head. But the head that they develop depends if you knock out just one iron pump in a membrane, so you change the electrical circuitry just a little bit, you can come up with a completely different head. It can be a head which is similar to those diverged 150 million years ago, or it change itself feasible as a single change? The answer is yes, it's just a small change in the gene. The second thing is it gives rise to a completely different morphology. Does it work? And if it works, that could easily be a shift. Yeah, but for it to be a speciation, for it to continue, for it to give rise to a different morphology over time, then it has to be perpetuated. So that shift, that change in that one gene has to work well enough that it is selective and copied enough times to where it tested. So the likelihood it would be possible, but there will be some occasions where it survives. Yes, the idea that we can have sudden fairly abrupt changes in evolution, I think most of the time what about this idea that kind of trying to mathematize the definition of life, saying how many steps, the shortest amount of steps it takes to build the thing. It's like an engineering view of it. Because I think that in a sense that's not very far away from what a hypothesis needs to do to be a testable hypothesis for version of life. We need to spell out here's each step and here's the experiment to do for each step. The idea that we can do it in the lab, somebody could say, we've created life within 5 years, but that's the one we think about life. We have a planet a few billion years ago with these vent systems across the entire surface of the planet. And we have millions of years if we wanted. I have a feeling that we're not talking about millions of years. Maybe millions of nanoseconds or picoseconds. We're talking about chemistry, which is happening quickly. But we still need to constrain those steps. But we've got a planet doing similar chemistry. You asked about the trajectory. The trajectory is the planetary trajectory. The planet has properties. It's basically got a line at the center of it. It's got a lot of electrons at the center of it. It's more oxidized on the outside rather than because of the sun. And partly because the heat of volcanoes puts out oxidized gases. So the planet is a battery. It's a giant battery. And we have a flow of electrons go from inside to outside in these hydrothermal vents. And that's the same topology that a cell has. A cell is basically just a micro version of the planet. And it's there is a trajectory in all of that, and there's an inevitability that certain types of chemical reaction are going to be favored over others. And there's an inevitability in what happens in water, the chemistry that happens in water. Some will be miscible with water and will form membranes and will form insoluble structures. Water, so nobody really understands water very well. And it's another big question for experiments on the origin of life. What do you put it in? What kind of structure do we want to induce in this water? Because the last thing is likely to be is just a bulk of water. How fundamental is water to life, would you say? I would say pretty fundamental. I wouldn't like to say it's impossible for life to start any other way, but water is everywhere. Water is extremely good at what it does. Carbon works in water especially. So those things, carbon is everywhere. So those things together make me think probabilistically if we found 1,000 life forms, 995 of them would be carbon-based and water. Now the reverse question, if you found a puddle of water elsewhere and some carbon, just a puddle of water, just a puddle of water, a pretty damn good indication of life, as it either exists here or has once existed here. So it doesn't work the other way. I think you need a living planet. You need a planet which is capable of turning over its surface. It needs to be a planet with water. It needs to be capable of bringing those electrons from inside to the outside. It needs to turn over its surface. It needs to make that water work and turn it into hydrogen. So I think you need a living planet. And once you've got the living planet, I think the rest of it is kind of through that. So if you were to run Earth over 1 million times, up to this point, maybe beyond the end, let's run it to the end. What is it? How much variety is there? You kind of spoke to the trajectory that the environment dictates, like chemically, which other way, spiritually, like dictates kind of the direction of this giant machine that seems chaotic, but does seem to have order in the steps it's taking.
how often will life, how often will bacteria emerge, how often will something like humans emerge, how much variety do you think? I think at the level of bacteria, not much variety. I think we would get this. How many times you say we're running? How many times? I would say at least a few 100,000 bacteria again. Because I think there's some level of inevitability on a wet rocky planet will give rise through the same processes to something very inclusive. I think this is not something I thought a few years ago, but working with a PhD student of mine, Stuart Harrison, he's been thinking about the genetic code. We've just been publishing on that. There are patterns that you can discern in the code. He has discerned in the code. That if you think about them in terms of, we start with CO2 and hydrogen, these are the first steps in biochemistry. You come up with a code which is very similar to the code that we see. So it wouldn't surprise me any longer if we found life on Mars and had a genetic code that was not very different to the genetic code that we have here, without it just being transferred across. There's some inevitability about the whole of the beginnings of life, in my view.
That's really promising because if the basic chemistry is tightly linked to the genetic code, that means we can interact with other life if it exists on Earth potentially. That's really exciting if that's the case. Okay. And then bacteria.
We've got bacteria. How easy is photosynthesis? Much harder, I would say.
Let's actually go there. Let's go through the inventions. What is photosynthesis? And why is that hard?
Well, there are different forms. I mean, basically, you're taking hydrogen and you're sticking it onto CO2 and it's powered by the sun. The question is, where are you taking the hydrogen from? And in photosynthesis that we know in plants is coming from water. So you're using the power of the sun to split water, take out the hydrogen, stick it onto CO2. And the oxygen is a waste product, and you just throw it away. So it's the single greatest planetary pollution event in the whole history of the Earth.
The pollutant being oxygen.
Yes. Yeah. It also made possible animals. You can't have large active animals without an oxygenated atmosphere, at least in the sense that we know on Earth.
That's a really big invention.
Huge invention, yes. And it happened once. There's a few things that happen once on Earth, and you're always stuck with this problem, isn't it? Once it happened, it becomes so good so quickly that it will include the same thing happening ever again. Or are there other reasons? You really have to look at each one in turn. Why did it only happen once? In this case, it's really difficult to split water. It requires a lot of power. And power, you're effectively separating charge across the membrane. And the way in which you do it, if it doesn't all rush back and kind of cause an explosion right at the side, requires really careful wiring. And that wiring, it can't be easy to get it right because the plants that we see around us, they have chloroplasts. Those chloroplasts are cyanobacteria. Those cyanobacteria are the only group of bacteria that can do that type of photosynthesis. So there's plenty of opportunity.
So that even many bacteria. So who invented photosynthesis?
That is cyanobacteria. All their
There's not many.
no other bacteria can do what's called oxygenic photosynthesis. Lots of other bacteria can split. I mean, you can take your hydrogen from somewhere, you can take it from hydrogen sulfide, bubbling out of hydrogen. Grab your two hydrogens, sulfur is the waste. You can do it from iron. You can take electrons, so the oceans will probably fill of iron. You can take an electron from ferrous iron, so iron 2 plus, and make it iron 3 plus, which now precipitates as rust. And you take a proton from the acidic of the ocean, stick it there, and you've got a hydrogen atom, stick it onto CO2. You've just done the trick. The trouble is, you bury yourself in rusty iron. And with sulfur, you can bury yourself in sulfur. One of the reasons oxygenic photosynthesis is so much better is the waste product is oxygen, just bubbles away.
That seems like extremely unlikely, and it's extremely essential for the evolution of complex organisms because of all the oxygen.
Yeah, nitrogen accumulate quickly.
So it's converting. What is it? It's converting energy from the sun and the resource of water into the resource needed for animals.
Both resources needed for animals. We need to eat, we need to burn the food, and we're eating plants, so getting energy from the sun, and we're burning it with their waste product, which is the oxygen. So there's a lot of kind of circularity in that. Without an step back. What about eukaryotic versus prokaryotic cells? How big? What are each of those?
I personally think that's the single biggest invention in the whole history of life.
That's exciting. So what are they?
Yeah, so I mentioned bacteria and archaea. These are both prokaryotes. They're basically small cells that don't have a nucleus. If you look at them under a microscope, you don't see much going on. If you look at them under a super resolution microscope, they're fantastically complex. In terms of their molecular machinery, they're amazing. In terms of their morphological appearance under a microscope, they're really small. And really simple. The earliest life that we can physically see on the planet are stromatolites, which are many things like cyanobacteria, and they're large superstructures, effectively biofilms placed on top of each other, and you end up with quite large structures that you can see in the fossil record. But they never came up with animals. They never came up with plants. They came up with multicellular things, filamentous cyanobacteria, for example. Those strings of cells, but the origin of the eukaryotic cell seems to have been what's called an endosymbiosis, so one cell gets inside another cell. And I think that transformed the energetic possibilities of life. So what we end up with is a kind of a supercharged cell, which can have a much larger nucleus with many more genes, all supported. If you think about it as multibacterial power that we overhead. So you've got a cell list of bacteria living in it. Those bacteria are providing you with the energy currency it needs. But each bacterium has a genome of its own, which costs a fair amount of energy to express, to kind of turn over, convert into proteins and so on. What the mitochondria did was that these power packs in their own cells. They were bacteria once, and they threw away virtually all the genes they wanted if you left.
So mitochondria is, like you said, is the bacteria that got inside a cell and then threw away all this stuff it doesn't need to survive inside the cell, and then kept what?
So what we end up with, so it kept always a handful of genes. In our own case, 37 genes. But there's a few protists or single cells things that have as many as 70 or 80 genes. So it's not always the same, but it's always a small number. And you can think of it as a pared down power pack where the control unit is really big. It's being pared down to almost nothing. So you're able to create the same power, but the investment in the overheads is really pared down. That means that you can support a much larger nuclear genome. So we've gone up in the number of genes, but also the amount of power you have to convert those genes into proteins. We've gone up about fourfold in the number of genes, but in terms of the size of genomes, their ability to make the building blocks, make the proteins, we've gone up 100,000-fold. So it's a huge step change in the possibilities of evolution. And it's interesting now that the only two occasions that complex life has arisen on Earth were plants and animals. Fungi, you could say, are complex as well, but they don't form such complex morphologies to plants and animals. Start with a single cell. They start with oocyte, a sperm fused together to make a zygote. So we start developing a single cell, and all the cells in the organism have identical DNA. And you switch off in the brain, you switch off these genes, and you switch on those genes, and if you switch off those, you switch on a different set. And the standard evolutionary explanation for that is that you're restricting conflict. You don't have a genetically active different cells that are all fighting each other. And so it works. The trouble with bacteria, and they form these biofilms, and they're all genetically different, and effectively they're incapable of that level of cooperation. They would get in a fight.
Okay, so why is this such a difficult invention of getting this bacteria inside and becoming an engine, which the mitochondria is? Why do you assign it such a great importance? Is it great importance in terms of the difficulty of how it was achieved, or great importance in terms of the impact it had on life?
It had a huge impact on life because if that had not happened, you've been certain that life on Earth would be bacterial only.
That took a really long time.
It took 2 billion years, and it hasn't happened since, to the best of our knowledge. So it looks as if it's genuinely different. And if you think about it then from just an informational perspective, you think bacteria have got, they structure their information differently. So a bacterial cell has a small genome, might have 4,000 genes in it, but a single E. coli cell has
access to about 30,000 genes. Potentially, it's got a kind of metagene where other E. coli out there have got different gene sets and they can switch them around between themselves. And so you can generate a huge amount of variation. They've got more gene. An E. coli metagene is larger than the human gene. We have 20,000 genes. So, and they've had 4 billion years of evolution to work out what can I do and what can't I do with this metagene. And the answer is you're still bacteria. So they have explored genetic sequence space far more thoroughly than eukaryotes ever did because they've had twice as long at least. They've got much larger populations. And they never gone around this problem. So why can't they? It seems as if you can't solve it with information alone. So what's the problem? The problem is structure. If cells, the very first cells need an electrical charge on the membrane to grow. And in bacteria, it's the outer membrane that surrounds the cell, which is electrically charged. You try and scale that up, and you've got a fundamental design problem, engineering problem. And there are examples of it, and what we see in all these cases are known as extreme polygyny, which is to say they have tens of thousands of copies of their complete genome, which is energetically hugely expensive, and you end up with a large bacteria with no further development. What you need is to incorporate these electrically charged power pack units inside with their control units intact, and for them not to conflict so much with the host cell that they'll control more of them. And then you change the topology of the cell. Now you don't necessarily have any more DNA than a giant bacterium with extreme polyploidy. What you've got is an asymmetry. You now have a giant nuclear genome surrounded by lots of subsidiary energetic genomes that do all the, and they're the control units that are doing all the control of energy generation.
Could this have been done gradually, or does it have to be done that the power pack has to be all intact and ready to go?
It's a kind of step change in the possibilities of evolution, but it doesn't happen overnight. It's going to still require multiple generations. So it could take millions of years. It could take shorter time. This is another thing I would like to put a number of steps and try and work out what's required in each step. Try and do that with sex, for example. You can't have a very large genome unless you have sex. So what are the changes to go from bacterial recombination to eukaryotic recombination? What do you need to do? Why do we go from passing around bits of DNA as if it's not changed to fusing cells together, lining up the chromosomes, recombining across the chromosomes, and then we'll go through 2 rounds of cell division to produce eukaryotes. All eukaryotes do it that way. So why switch? What are the drivers here? So there's a lot of time, a lot of evolution. But as soon as you've got cells living inside another cell, what you've got is a new design. You've got new potential.
So the cell living inside another cell, that design allows for better storage of information, better use of energy, more delegation, like a hierarchical control of the whole thing. And then somehow that leads to ability to have multi-cell organisms.
I'm not sure that you have hierarchical control necessarily, but you've got a system where you can have a much larger information storage depot in the nucleus. You can have a much larger genome. And that allows multicellularity, yes, because it allows you. It's a funny thing to have an animal where I have 70% of my genes switched on in my brain, and I'm different 50% switched on in my liver or something. You can have all those genes in the egg cell at the very beginning, and you've got to have a program of development which says, okay, you guys switch off those genes and switch on those genes, and you guys do that. But all the genes are there at the beginning. That means you've got to have a lot of genes in one cell, and you've got to be able to maintain them. The problem with bacteria is they don't get close to having enough genes in one cell. So if you were to try and make a multicellular organism from bacteria, you bring different types of bacteria together and hope they'll cooperate. The reality is they don't.
That's all they have to do.
Yeah, we know they don't because it doesn't exist.
About the data, as far as we know. I'm sure there's a few special ones that they do have, but I'd love to know some of the most fun things bacteria have done since. They can do some pretty fun things. This is broad brushstroke that I'm talking about.
Yes, generally speaking. So how was some other fun mention? Because humans seem to utilize it well, but you say it's also very important early on is sex. So what is sex? Just asking for a friend. And when was it invented? How hard was it to invent? Just as you were saying, why was it invented? Why? How hard was it?
I have a PhD student who's been working on this. On sex, yes.
He published biology. Is it biology, genetics, journals?
This is actually PNAS, which is Proceedings of National Catholic
Big pictures.
Everyone's interested in sex. The job of biologists is to make sex come on.
Yeah, that's a beautiful way to put it. Okay, so when was that invented?
It was invented with eukaryotes about 2-3 years ago. All eukaryotes share the same basic mechanism. You produce gametes. The gametes fuse together, so the gametes is the egg cell and sperm. They're not necessarily even different in size or shape. So the simplest eukaryotes produce what are called motile gametes. They're all like sperm. They all swim around. They find each other. They fuse together. They don't have to get much going on there beyond that. And then these are haploid, which is to say we all have 2 copies of our genome. The gametes have only a single copy of the genome. So when they fuse together, you now become diploid again, which is to say you now have 2 copies of your genome. And what you do is you line them all up, and then you double everything. So now we have 4 copies of the complete genome, and then we crisscross between all of these things. So we take a bit from there, stick it on there, a bit from there, stick it on there. That's recombination. And then we go through 2 rounds of cell division. So we divide in half, so we have 2 daughters cells, 2 copies, divide in half again, and we have 4 gametes, each of which is got a single copy of the genome. And that's the basic ground plan for what's called meiosis. So gametes, basically sex. And it happens at the level of single-celled organisms, and it happens pretty much the same way in plants, pretty much the same way in animals as well. And it's not found in any bacteria. They switch things around using the same machinery. They take a bit of DNA from the environment, they take out this bit and stick it back. It's the same molecular machinery they're using to do it.
What about they kind of said find each other? This kind of imperative. Yeah, find each other. What is that? Like, is that?
Well, you've got a few cells to get there. So the bottom line on all of this is bacteria. I mean, it's kind of simple. When you figured it out, this is not me, this is my PhD student, and in effect, if you're doing natural, you're an eukaryotic cell. You've got 4,000 genes. You want to scale up to a eukaryotic size. I want to have 20,000 genes. And I need to maintain my genome so it doesn't get shot to pieces like mutations. And I'm going to do it by lateral gene transfer. So I know I've got a mutation in the gene. I don't know which gene it is because I'm sentient. But I know I can't grow. I know my regulation systems are saying, something wrong here, something wrong. Pick up some DNA. Pick up a bit of DNA from the If you've got a small genome, the chances of you picking up the right bit of DNA from the environment is much higher than if you've got a genome of 20,000 genes. To do that, you've effectively got to be picking up DNA all the time, all day long, and nothing else, and you're still going to get the wrong DNA. You've got to pick up large chunks, and in the end, you've got to line them up. You're forced into sex, the kind of phrase. So
so there is a kind of incentive.
If you have a large genome, you've got to prevent it mutating to nothing, and that will happen with bacteria. This is another reason why bacteria can't have a large genome. But as soon as you give them the power pack, as soon as you give eukaryotic cells the power pack that allows them to increase the size of their genome, then you face the pressure that you've got to maintain its quality. You've got to stop it just mutating away.
What about sexual selection? So the finding, like this one, like this one. This one seems alright. Like, what's the is it which one does it become less right?
It's hard to know.
Because eukaryotes just kind of,
yeah, is there sexual selection in single-cell eukaryotes? There probably is. It's just that I don't know very much about it. By the time you hang out with eukaryotes, I do all the time, but I can't communicate with them yet. And peek up constantly.
the kind of standard answer, is not quite what I work on, but the standard answer is that it's female late choice. She is looking for good genes. And if you can have a tail that's like this, and still survive, still be alive, or actually being taken down by a predator, then you must have got pretty good genes, because despite this handicap, you're able to survive. So
it looks like a human interpreter, both things like the peacock, but I wonder, I'm sure echoes of the same thing are there with more primitive organisms. Basically, your PR, like how you advertise yourself, that you're worthy of. So one big advertisement is the fact that you survived it all.
I think it's talk about beautiful hotels. I've heard of algal bloom. This can be a cyanobacteria. This can be bacteria. So if suddenly you naturate a phosphate or something into the ocean, everything goes green. You end up with all this algae growing there. A viral infection or something like that can kill the entire bloom overnight. And it's not that the virus takes out everything overnight. It's that most of the cells in that bloom kill themselves before the virus can get onto them. And it's through a form of cell death called programmed cell death. And we do the same things. It's how we have the different gaps between our fingers and so on. It's how we craft synapses in the brain. It's fundamental again to cellular life. They have the same machinery in these algal blooms. How do they know who dies? The answer is they will often put out a toxin. And that toxin is a kind of a challenge to you. Either you can cope with the toxin or you can't. If you can cope with it, you form a spore and you will go on to become the next generation. You form a kind of a resistance spore. You sit down, let the baby get out of the way, you're out of the you can't be attacked by a virus if you're a spore. Whereas if you can't deal with that toxin, you pull the plug and you trigger your death apparatus and you kill yourself.
Causes truly life and death.
Yeah. So it's a challenge, and this is a bit like sexual selection. It's not something they're all pretty much genetically identical, but they've had different life histories. So have you had a tough day? Did you happen to get infected by this virus, or did you run out of iron, or did you get a bit too much sun, whatever it may be? If this extra stress of the toxin just pushes you over the edge, then you have this binary choice: either you're the next generation, or you kill yourself now using the same machine.
It's also actually exactly the way I approach dating, but that's probably why I was saying that. Okay, what about if we can step back, DNA? Just mechanism of storing information, RNA, DNA. How big of an invention was that? That seems to be fundamental to like something deep within what life is the ability, as you said, to kind of store and propagate information. But then you also kind of infer that with your students' work that there's a deep connection between chemistry and the ability to have this kind of genetic information. So how big of an invention is it to have a nice representation, a nice hard drive for info? That's
Huge, I suspect. When I was talking about the code, you see the code in RNA as well. And RNA was something came first. And there's been an idea going back decades called the RNA world, because RNA, in theory, can copy itself and can catalyze reactions, so it can become so much chicken and egg.
Well, DNA is possible, it's not that special.
So RNA is the thing that does the work. And the code lies in RNA. The code lies in the interactions between RNA and amino acids. It still is there today in the ribosome, for example, which is just a kind of giant ribosome, which is to say it's an enzyme that's made of RNA. So getting to RNA, I suspect, is probably not that hard. But getting from RNA, how do you there's multiple different types of RNA. How do you distinguish? This is something we're actively thinking. How do you distinguish between a random population of RNA? Some of them go on to become messenger RNA, and this is the transcript of the code of the gene that you want to make. Some of them become transfer RNA, which is this kind of unit that holds the amino acids. Some of them become ribosomal RNA, which is the machine which is joining them all up together. How do they discriminate themselves? There's a kind of phase transition going on there
is very, very good at what it does. But the largest genome supported by RNA viruses, like HIV, for example, they're pretty small. And so there's a limit to how complex life can be unless we come up with DNA, which chemically is a really small change. How easy it is to make that change, I don't really know. As soon as you've got DNA, then you've got an amazingly stable molecule for information storage. And you can do absolutely anything. How likely that transition from RNA to DNA was, I don't know.
How much possibility is there for variety in ways to store information? Because it seems to be there's specific characteristics about the programming language of DNA.
Yeah, there's a lot of work going on what's called DNA. Can we replace the bases themselves, the letters, if you like, in RNA or DNA? Can we replace the backbone? Can we replace, for example, phosphate with arsenate? Can we replace the sugar ribose or deoxyribose with a different sugar? And the answer is yes, you can. Within limits, there's not an infinite space there. Arsenate doesn't really work in bonds and not as strong as phosphate. It would be quite hard to replace phosphate. It's possible to do it. The question to me is, why is it this way? Is it because there was some form of selection that this is better than the other forms, and there were lots of competing forms of information storage early on, and this one was not worked out? Or was it kind of channeled that way, that these are the molecules that you're dealing with, and they will work? And I'm increasingly thinking it's that way that we're channeled towards ribose, phosphate, and the bases that are used. But there are 200 different letters kicking around out there that could have been used.
It's such an interesting question. If you look at in the programming world in computer science, there's a programming language called JavaScript, which was written super quickly. It's a giant mess, but it took over the world. And it was kind of very biological. It was kind of a running joke that like surely this can't be. This is a terrible programming language. It's a giant mess. It's full of bugs. It's so easy to write really crappy code, but it took over all front-end development in web browser. If you have any kind of dynamic interactive website, it's usually running JavaScript, and it's now taking over much of the back end, just like the serious heavy-duty computational stuff, and it's become super fast with the different compilation engines that are running it. So it's like it really took over the world. It's very possible that this initially crappy derided language actually takes everything over. And then the question is, did human civilization always strive towards JavaScript? Or was JavaScript just the first programming language that ran in the browser? It's the sticky one, the first is the sticky one. So it wins over anything else because it was first. And I don't think that's the answer, right? But it's good to ask that. I suppose on lab, you can't run it with programming languages, but biology can probably do some kind of small-scale evolutionary test to try to infer which.
Yeah, I mean, in a way, we've got the hardware and the software here. The hardware is maybe the DNA and the RNA itself, and the software perhaps is more about the code. Did the code have to be this way? Could it have been a different way? People talk about the optimization of the code, and there's some suggestion for that. But you could imagine you could come up with a million different codes, and this would be one of the best ones.
Well, we don't know this.
Well, people have tried to model it based on the effect that mutations will have. So, no, you're right, we don't know, because that's a single assumption. Mutation is what makes scientists not there's other possibilities too.
I mean, there does seem to be a resilience and a redundancy to the whole thing. It's hard to mess up. In the way you mess it up, often is likely to produce interesting results. So it's
Are you talking about JavaScript? Well, I mean, it's almost, biology is underpinned by this kind of mess. If you look at the human genome, it's full of stuff that is really either broken or dysfunctional, or it was a virus once, whatever it may be, and somehow it works. Maybe we need this mess. Some functional genes are taken from this mess.
So what about, you mentioned predatory behavior. Yeah, talked about sex? What about violence? Great dynamics. When was that invented? And poetic and biological ways of putting it. How do you describe a relationship? Is it a beautiful dance or is it a violent atrocity?
Well, I guess both, isn't it? I mean, when does it start? It starts in bacteria. You see these amazing predators. Vibrio is one that Marcus used to talk about a lot. It's got a kind of a drill piece that drills through the wall membrane of the bacterium, and it actually eats the bacterium from just inside periplasmic space. It makes copies of itself that way, so that's straight predation. There are predators among bacteria.
So predation that, sorry to interrupt, means you murder somebody and use their body as a resource in some way.
Yeah.
But it's not parasitic in that you need them to be still alive.
No. I mean, predation is you kill them really. Parasite is kind of different.
Okay. So let's use the predator as really popular.
So what we see if we go back 560, 570 million years before the Cambrian explosion, there is what's known as the ediacaran form, sometimes they call vendobiotes, which is a lovely name. And it's not obvious that they're animals at all. They're stalked things. They often have fronds that look like leaves with kind of fractal branching patterns on them. And the thing is, they're found sometimes. Geologists figure out the environment that they were in and say this is more than 200 meters deep because there's no sign of any waves, there's no storm damage down here, this kind of thing. They're more than 200 meters deep, so they're definitely not photosynthetic. These are animals, and they're filter feeders. Sponges, corals, and things are filter feeding animals. They're stuck to the spot, and little bits of carbon will come their way. They filter it out, and that's what they're eating. So no predation involved in this beyond stuff just dies anyway, and it feels like a very gentle, rather limited world, I say. There's not a lot going on there. And something changes. Oxygen definitely changes during this period. Other things may have changed as well, but the next thing you really see in the fossil record is the Cambrian explosion. And what do we see there? We're now seeing animals that we would recognise. They've got eyes, they've got claws, they've got shells. They're plainly killing things or running away. Hiding. And so we've gone from a rather gentle and limited world to a rather vicious, unpleasant world that we recognise, and which leads to kind of arms races, evolutionary arms races, which again is something that when we think about a nuclear arms race, we think, Jesus, we don't want to go there, it's not really any good. In some ways, maybe it does do good. I don't make an argument for nuclear arms, but predation as a mechanism forces organisms to adapt to change, to be better, to escape, to kill. If you need to eat, then you want to eat. Cheetahs want to run at that speed, and this has to because the zebra is capable of escaping. So it leads to much greater feats of evolution than ever been possible, and in the end, to a much more beautiful world. And so it's not all bad by any means. But the thing is, you can't have this if you don't have an oxygenated planet, because it's all in the end is about how much energy can you extract from the food you eat. And if you don't have an oxygenated planet, you can get about 10% out on each and if you've got an oxygenated planet, you can get about 40% out. And that means you can have, instead of having 1, 2 trophy levels, you can have 5 or 6 trophy levels. And that means things can eat things and eat other things and so on. You've got to a level of ecological complexity which is completely impossible in the absence of oxygen.
This reminds me of the Hunter Thompson quote that for every moment of triumph, for every instance of beauty, many souls must be trampled. The history of life on Earth, unfortunately, is that of violence. Just the trillions and trillions of multicellular organisms that were murdered in the struggle.
It's a sorry statement. Yes, it's basically true.
And that that somehow is a catalyst from an evolutionary perspective for creativity, for creating more complex organisms that are better survive.
Survival of the fittest. You just go back to that old phrase, means death of the weakest. Now, what's fit, what's weak, these are terms that don't have much intrinsic meaning. But the thing is, evolution only happens because of death.
One way to die is the constraints, the scarcity of the resources in the environment. But that seems to be not nearly as good a mechanism for death than other creatures involved in the environment. When I say environment, I mean like the static environment. Then there's the dynamic environment of bigger things trying to use you for your energy.
It forces you to come up with a solution to your specific problem that is inventive and is new and hasn't been done before. So it forces, literally change, literally evolution on populations. They have to become different.
And it's interesting that humans have channeled that into more. I guess what humans are doing is they're inventing more productive and safe ways of doing that. This whole idea of morality and all those kinds of things, I think they ultimately lead to competition versus violence. Because I think violence can have a cold, inefficient aspect to it. But if you channel that into more controlled competition in the space of ideals, in the space of approaches to life, maybe you can be even more productive than evolution is, because evolution is very wasteful. Like, the amount of murder required to really test a good idea, genetically speaking, is just a lot. Many generations.
Morally, we cannot base society on the way that evolution works.
That's not a measure.
But actually, in some respects, we do, which is to say, this is how science works. We have competing hypotheses that have to get better, otherwise they die. It's the way that society works. In ancient Greece, we had the Athens and Sparta and city-states. We had the Renaissance and nation-states. Universities compete with each other. Tremendous amount of companies competing with each other all the time. It drives innovation. And if we want to do it without all the death that we see in nature, then we have to have some kind of societal level control that says, well, it's guys, and these are what it's going to be. And society as a whole has to say, right, we're limiting the amount of death here, so you can't do this and you can't do that. And who makes up these rules? And how do we know? It's a tough thing, but it's basically trying to find a moral basis for avoiding the death of evolution and natural selection, and keeping the innovation and the richness of it.
I forgot who said it, but murder is illegal. Murder is illegal except when it's done to the sound of trumpets and at a large scale. So we still have wars, but we are struggling with this idea that murder is a bad thing. It's so interesting how we're channeling the best of the evolutionary imperative and trying to get rid of the stuff that's not productive. Trying to accelerate evolution, the same kind of thing that makes evolution creative and trying to use that.
I think we naturally do it whenever we can help ourselves do it. Capitalism as a form is basically about competition and different rules. But we, society, we have I keep using this word moral obligation, we cannot operate as a society if we go that way. It's interesting that we've had problems at achieving balance. So, for example, in the financial crash of 2009, do you let banks go to the wall? This kind of question. In evolution, certainly you let them go to the wall, and in that sense, you don't need the regulation because they just die. Whereas if we, as a society, think about what's required for society as a whole, then you don't necessarily have to go. In which case you then have to impose some kind of regulation that balance themselves rather than evolution exploit.
Yeah, we've been struggling with this kind of idea. Capitalism, the cold brutality of capitalism that seems to create so much beautiful things in this world, and then So it is interesting about humans that there is an inner sense of morality, which begs the question of how did Homo sapiens evolve? Think about the invention of early invention of sex, early invention of predation. What was the thing invented to make humans? What would you say?
I mean, I suppose a couple of things I'd say. Number one is you don't have to wind the clock back very far, 5-6 million years or so ago. There's young forms again, the chances of humans as we know them was not necessarily very high. Imagine saying you find planet Earth is got everything about humans on it. It's an amazing, wonderful, marvelous planet, but nothing that we would recognize as extremely intelligent life, spacefaring civilization. So when we think about aliens, we're kind of after something like ourselves. We're after a spacefaring civilization, after zebras and giraffes and lions and things, amazing that they are. And the additional kind of evolutionary steps to go from large, complex monkeys, let's say, to humans doesn't strike me as that long a distance. Is all about the brain. Where's the brain and morality coming from? It seems to me to be all about groups, human groups, interactions between groups, the collective intelligence. Yes, the interactions, really. And there's some guy at UCL, Mark Thomas, who's done a lot of Guinness work, I think, on this kind of question. So I talk to him every now and then, so my views influenced by him. But a lot seems to depend on population density. The more interactions you have going on between different groups, the transfer of information, if you like, between groups, so people moving from one group to another group, almost like natural gene transfer in bacteria, the more expertise you're able to develop and maintain. Culturally complex society can become, and groups that have become detached, like an Easter Island, for example, very often degenerates in terms of the complexity of their civilization.
Essential for complex organisms in general, population density really matters.
Really matters, but in human terms, I don't know the actual factors were driving a large brain, but you can talk about fire, you can talk about tool use, you can talk about language, and seem to correlate especially well with the actual trajectory of human evolution in terms of cave art and these kind of things. That seems to much better just with population density and number of interactions between different groups, all of which is really about human interactions and the complexity of those.
But population density is the thing that increases the number of interactions. Then there must have been inventions forced by that number of interactions that actually led to humans. So like Richard Reagan talks about that it's basically the beta males that beat up the alpha male. So that's what collaboration looks like. Is they're living together. They don't like this, our early ancestors don't like the dictatorial aspect of a single individual at the time of a tribe. So they learn to collaborate how to basically create a democracy of sorts. A democracy that prevents, minimizes, lesses the amount of violence, which essentially gives strength to that tribe and make the war between tribes versus the dictator.
I think one of the most wonderful things about humans is we're all of those things. We are deeply social as a species, and we're also deeply selfish. And it seems to me the conflict between capitalism and communism is really just two aspects of human nature, both of which are both. We have a constant kind of fighting between the two sides. We really do care about other people. We all know that from people who are in the media. We care about society and the society that we live in. And you can say that's a natural route towards socialism and communism. On the other side, we really do care about ourselves. We really do care about our families, about working for something that we gain from. And that's the capitalist side of it. They're both really deeply ingrained in human nature. In terms of violence and interactions between groups, yes, all this dynamic of interacting between groups, you can be certain that they're going to be burning each other.
How serious do we want to be? Asking for friend again. So you can happen to Neanderthals. Cheeky humans do to Neanderthals, Homo sapiens. Do you think we murdered them? Was this how did we murder them? How did we do we hide them? I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's unequivocal evidence that we mated with them. We always try to mate with everything, yes, pretty much. There's some interesting the first sequences that came up were in mitochondrial DNA. And that was from back to about 2002. What was found was that Neanderthal mitochondrial DNA was very different to human mitochondrial. That's interesting. You could do a clock on it, and they said the divergent state was about 600,000 years ago, or something like that. So and then the first full genomes were sequenced maybe 10 years ago. And they showed plenty of signs of mating between. So the mitochondrial DNA is like there's no mating. And the nuclear genes say, yeah, that's mating. But because there are some so gives the difference between mitochondria and nucleus. I've talked before about mitochondria, which are very simple cells. These are paired down control units is their DNA. So it's passed on by mother only. And in the egg cell, we have a lot of copies of mitochondrial DNA. There's only 37 genes left. And they do that's basically the control unit of energy production. That's what it's doing. It's a basic old school machine that does. And it's not genes that were considered to be effectively trivial because they did a very narrowly defined job. But they're not trivial in the sense that they're narrowly defined jobs. Everything is being alive. Yeah. So they're much easier to sequence. You've got many more copies of these things. You can sequence them very quickly. But the problem is because they go down a line from mother to daughter, your mitochondrial DNA and mine is going nowhere. It doesn't matter any kids we have, they get those mitochondrial DNA, except in very, very strange circumstances. And so it tells a different story, and it's not a story which is easy to reconcile. And what it seems to suggest, my belief is that there was one-way traffic of genes, probably going from humans into Neanderthals. Why did the Neanderthals disappear? I don't know. I mean, I suspect that they were probably less violent, less clever, less populous, less willing to fight. I don't know. I think it's drove into extinction of the margins of Europe. And it's interesting how much, if we read it over and over again, how many of these branches of intelligent beings that have figured out some kind of leverage collective intelligence, which ones of them emerge, which ones of them succeed. Is it the more violent ones? Is it more isolated? The dynamics of them, right? I suppose we'll never know what's the more complex the organism, the harder it is to run the experiment. Yes. In some respects, maybe it's best if you don't know. Yeah, true. What about if we step back? A couple of interesting things that we humans do. One is object manipulation and movement. Of course, movement is something that was a big convention around the environment. And the other one is this sensor mechanism, how we sense the environment. One of the coolest high-definition vision. How big are those inventions in the history of life on Earth? Vision movement, again, extremely important. Going back to the origin of animals, the Cambrian explosion, suddenly you're seeing eyes in the fossil record. It's not necessarily again. Some people historically have said what uses of an eye. You could go in a series of steps from a light sensitive spot on a flat piece of tissue to an eye, lens, and so on. If you assume you know more than I don't remember, this was a specific model as I have. 1% change or 0.5% change for each generation now. They take to evolve an eye as we know it, and that's about 5 years. It doesn't have to take it. Look, that's not how evolution works. That's not an answer to the question. It just shows you can reconstruct the steps so you can work out your approach. So it's not that big a deal to evolve an eye. But once you have them, then there's no way to hide. Again, we're back to predator-prey relationships. We're back to all the benefits of being able to see what brings you. And if you think, philosophically, what bats are doing, looking at locations, I suspect that they form an image of the world, so it proves the same way that we do. It's just a matter of mental reconstruction. So I suppose the other thing about sight, there are single cells organisms that have got a lens and a retina and a cornea and so on. Basically, they've got a camera-type eye in a single cell. They don't have a brain. What they understand about the world is impossible to say, but they're capable of coming with the same structures to do so. So I suppose then is that once you've got things like eyes, then you have a big driving pressure on the central nervous system to figure out what it all means. Now we come round to your other point about manipulation, sensory input, and so on. You have a huge requirement to understand what your environment is and what it means and how it reacts and how you should run away and what you should stay from it.
Actually, on that point, I don't know if you know the work of Donald Hoffman. Talks about, he uses the argument, the mechanism of evolution, to say that there's not necessarily a strong evolutionary value to seeing the world as it is. So objective reality, that our perception actually is very different from what's objectively real. We're living inside an illusion. We're basically the entire set of species that have to think, I guess, are competing in a space that's illusion is distinct from, that's far away from physical reality as it is defined by physical choice.
We have a sensory input, which is a fractional, we could have a sensory input, and we interpret it in terms of what's useful for us to know to stay alive. So yes, it's an illusion in that sense, but such a tree is physically there, and if you walk into that tree, there is this not purely a delusion, but some physical reality to it.
It's a sensory slice to reality as it is, but because it's just a slice, you're missing the big picture. But he says that slice doesn't necessarily need to be a slice. It could be a complete fabrication that's just consistent with the species, which is an interesting, or at least it's a humbling realization that our perception is limited and our cognitive abilities are limited. And at least to me, this argument for evolution, I don't know how strong that is as an argument, but I do think that life can exist yes, in the same way that you can have virtual reality video game, you can have a vibrant life inside that place, and that place is not real in some sense, but you can still have a fight with all the same forces of all the same competition and dynamics between humans you can have. But I don't know if there's evidence for that being the thing that happened on Earth. It seems that Earth,
I think in either environment, I wouldn't deny that you could have exactly the world that we're talking about. It would be very difficult to, the idea in Matrix movies and so on, the world is completely the construction. Fundamentally doing it is difficult to say that's what all couldn't happen, and so to be reconstructed in our minds what the outside world is, but we do it on input, and that input, I would hesitate to say it's not real, because it's precisely how we do understand the world. We have eyes, but if you keep someone as counting animals, someone kept in a dark room for 5 years or something like that, they never see properly again, because the neural wiring of pigs and how we interpret vision never developed. You need to watch a child develop it once it walks into a tape because now you've got 2 inputs. You've got one pain from this sharp edge, and the 2 you touched it to run physics. There is a sharp edge, and you've got vision
some kind of say computer construction reality. It's not like out it, but if you construct the laws that this is what reality is inside this, and then you play by those laws.
Yeah, as long as the laws are consistent. Yeah. So just like you said, the interesting thing about the simulation question, yes, it's hard to know if we're living inside a simulation, but also, yes, it's possible to do these kinds of experiments. More and more, to me, the interesting question is how realistic is the reality game to be for us to not be able to live different. The more interesting question to me is how realistic, interesting does a virtual reality world need to be in order for us to stay there forever? Which one physical reality prefer that is, and also prefer it not as we prefer hard drugs, prefer it in a deep, meaningful way we enjoy.
I mean, I suppose the issue with the Matrix, I imagine it's possible to develop the mind sufficiently that you genuinely, in that way, do think that you are interacting with the real world, and in fact, that it's a simulation. How good does a simulation need to be able to do that? Well, it needs to convince you that all your sensory input is correct, accurate, and joins up and makes sense. Now, that sensory input is not something we're born with. We're born with a sense of touch, we're born with eyes and so on, but we don't know how to use them, we don't know what to think. We go around, we bump into trees, we cry a lot, we're in pain. We're basically routing out the system so that it can make it head and tail of the sensory input that it's getting. And that sensory input's not just a one-way flux of things, it's also you have to look into things, you have to hear things, you have to put it together. Now, if you've got just babies in Matrix who are slotted into this, I don't think they have that kind of sensory input. I don't think they would have any way to make sense of New York as a world that they're part of. The brain is just not developed.
So I can't make sense of New York in this position. But yeah, pain. But you said pain. Walking into things where you can create a pain symbol. And as long as it's consistent, that certain things result in pain, you can construct a reality. There's some, maybe you disagree with us, but I think we are born almost with a desire to be convinced by our reality. Like a desire to make sense of our reality. So there's an imperative. So whatever that reality is given to us, the table hurts, fire is hot. I think we want to be in a sense that we want to make a simple, like Einstein's simple theory of the thing around us. We want that simplicity. And so maybe the hunger for the simplicity is the thing that can be used to construct a pretty dumb simulation that tricks us. So maybe tricking humans doesn't require building humans.
No, I don't. I mean, this is not what I work on, so I don't have close to it reality. But I agree with you that, I'm not sure that it's a morally justifiable thing to do, but is it possible in principle? I think it would be very difficult, but I don't see why in principle it would be possible. We try to understand the world, we try to integrate the sensory inputs that we have, we try to come up with a hypothesis that explains what's going on. I think, though, that we have huge input from the social context that we're in. We don't do it by ourselves, we don't kind of plunder around in the universe by ourselves and understand the whole thing. We're told by the people around us what things are and what they do, and language is coming in here and so on. So it would have to be an extremely impressive simulation to simulate all of that.
Yeah, simulate all of that, including the social construct, the thing, this part of ideas, the exchange of ideas. I don't know, but those questions are really important to understand as we become more and more digital creatures. It seems like the next step of evolution is us becoming partial. All the same mechanisms we've talked about are becoming more and more plugged in into the machine. We're becoming cyborgs, and there's an interesting interplay between wires and biology, zeros and ones and biological systems. I don't think we'll have the luxury trying to see humans as disjoint from the technology we've created for much longer. We are organisms. That's yeah. I mean, I agree with you, but we come really with this to consciousness. And is there a distinction there? Because what you're saying, the natural report says we are indistinguishable. If you are capable of building an AI which is sufficiently close and similar that we merge with it, then to all intents and purposes, that AI is conscious as we know it. And I don't have a strong view, but I have a view. I wrote about it in the to my last book because 10 years ago I wrote a chapter in a book called Life Ascending about consciousness. And the subtitle of Life Ascending was 10 Great Inventions of Evolution. And I couldn't possibly write a book with a subtitle like that that did not include consciousness. And specifically consciousness as one of the great inventions. And it was in part because I was just curious to know more. I read more for that chapter. I never worked on it, but I thought, how can anyone not be interested in that question? And I was left with the feeling that A, nobody knows. B, there are two main schools of thought out there with a big kind of skewed distribution. One of them says, oh, it's a property of unknown physics, psychism, everything is conscious, the sun is conscious, it's just a matter of rock is conscious, it's just a matter of how much. And I find that very unpersuasive. I can't say that it's wrong, it's just that I think we somehow can't tell the difference between something that's living and something that's not. And then the other end is it's a natural property of a very complex central nervous system. I never quite understand what people mean by words like emergence. There are genuine examples where I think we very often use it to plaster over ignorance. As a biochemist, the question for me then was, okay, it's a concoction of a central nervous system. A depolarizing neuron gives rise to a feeling of pain or to a feeling of love or anger, whatever it may be. So what is then a feeling in biophysical terms in the central nervous system which repeatedly widely gives rise to? And I've never seen anyone else answer that question in a way that makes sense to me. That's an important question to answer. If we want to understand consciousness, that's the only question to answer. Because certainly an AI is capable of outthinking it's only a matter of time. Maybe it's already happened. In terms of just information processing and computational skill, I don't think we have any problem in designing a mind which is at least the equal of the human mind. But in terms of what we value the most as humans, which is to say our feelings and emotions, sense of what the world is in a very personal way, that means as much or more to me than the information processing. That's where I don't think that AI necessarily will become conscious because I think it's the property of life.
Well, let's talk about it more. You're an incredible writer, one of my favorite writers. So when you read from your latest book, Transformers, you write about consciousness. I think, therefore I am. Set the card. It's one of the most celebrated lines I've ever read. But what am I exactly? And artificial intelligence can think too, by definition, and therefore is. Yet few of us could agree whether AI is capable and visible of anything resembling human emotions, of love, hate, fear, joy, spiritual yearnings, oneness, or oblivion, or corporeal pangs of thirst and wonder. The problem is we don't know what emotions are. As you said, what is the feeling of physical terms? How does it discharging or give rise to the feeling that you know? This is the hard problem of consciousness, the seeming duality of mind and matter, the physical makeup of our innermost self. We can understand in principle how an extremely sophisticated parallel processing system can be capable of wondrous feats of intelligence, but we can't answer in principle whether such a supreme intelligence can experience joy or melancholy.
quantum solace. Speaking to the question of emergence, there's just technical. There's an excellent paper on this recently about the kind of phase transition, emergence, performance, problems in NLP, natural language processing. So language models, there seems to be a question of size. At some point, there is a phase transition as you grow the size of the window. So the question is, this is sort of somewhat of a technical question you can philosophize over. The technical question is there a size of the window that starts to be able to grow the kind of representations that can capture a language and therefore be able to not just with language but linguistically capture knowledge that's sufficient to solve a lot of problems in language, but in that conversation, there seems to be not a gradual phase transition, but they're trying to construct the science of where that is. What is a good size? Why does such a phase transition happen? Either that sort of points to emergence, that there could be stages where a thing goes from being, you're very intelligent toaster, to a toaster that's feeling sad today and turns away and looks out the window, sighing, having an existential crisis. Thinking of Marvin and Marvin down the direction. No, Marvin is just cranky. Yes. Easily programmed, non-stop existential crisis. You're almost basically supposed to on the ground with this thing. It's just constantly complaining about life. No, they're capturing the full roller coaster of human emotion, the excitement, the bliss, the connection, the empathy, and all that kind of stuff. The selfishness, the anger, the depression, all that kind of stuff. Capturing all of that and be able to experience it deeply. Like it's the most important thing you could possibly experience today. Highs, lows. This is it. My life will be over. I cannot possibly go on that feeling after a nap. You're feeling amazing. That might be something that emerges. So why would a nap make an AI being feel better? First of all, that's a human being, right? But we do know there's actually too many people much of the time, baby. That's all you actually do. In fact, feel better. So, you are a cast of technical question. So there's a biological answer to that. So the question is whether AI must have the same kind of attachment to its body, bodily function, preservation of the brain's successful function. Some preservation essentially the 17 biological seeds. I mean, to my mind, it comes back around to about simulations, sensory learning, all of this stuff means life and death. The biology of my society has a death penalty over everything. And natural selection works on that death penalty that if you make this decision wrongly, you die. And the next generation is represented by beings that made a slightly different decision. And that is something that's intrinsically difficult to simulate. I think that's what I would say. So what is does it add all its richness? Our relationship with death, or the whole. So which we say richness, of course. There's a lot in that, which is hard to simulate. What's part of the richness that's hard to simulate? I suppose the complexity of the environment and your position for man in that environment, for richness of that environment over its entire life, over multiple generations, with changes in gene sequence over those generations, with slight changes in the makeup of those individuals over generations. But if you take it back to a single cells, which I do as ask how does a single cell, in effect, know it exists as a unit, as an entity, even though in inverted commas, obviously, it doesn't know anything, but it acts as a unit, and it acts with astonishing precision as a unit. I can't suggest that those things, biological things, membranes themselves, they give some indication of how am I doing in relation to my environment, which is a kind of real-time feedback on the world. And this is something physical, which can be selected over generations. That if you get this wrong, it's linked with this set of circumstances that I've drawn. And as an individual, I have a moment of blind panic right now. As a bacteria or something, there's an electrical discharge, there's blind panic in this world. And you associate over generations this electrical phase that I'm in now is associated with response like that. And it's easy to see how feelings come in through the back door almost, with that kind of giving real-time feedback on your position in relation to how you're doing. And then you complexify the system. Yes, I have a problem with phase transition. Can all of this be done purely by language, by the issues with how the system understands itself? Maybe it can, I honestly don't know. But philosophers for a long time have talked about possibility of zombie intelligence. There are no feelings there, but everything else is the same. I have to throw this back to you. How do you deal with the zombie intelligence?
First of all, I can see that from a biologist's perspective, you think of all the complexities that led up to the human being, the entirety of the history of 4 billion years, and in some deep sense, integrated the human being into its environment. And that dance of the organism and the environment, you can see how emotions arise from that, and then emotions are deeply connected, creating a human experience, and from that, consciousness and the fullness of you. But from a perspective of an intelligent organism that's already here, like a baby learns, it doesn't learn to learn be a collection of cells, but to do all things easy to it. It's the basic function of the baby is to learn to interact with its environment, to learn from its environment, to learn how to fit in this social society, to the basic response of the baby
people are definitely much more uncomfortable saying a toaster is conscious than a dog. And there's still a deep connection. And you can say our relationship with the dog has more to do with anthropomorphism. That we have to project a human being onto it. We can do the same damn thing with a toaster. Yes,
But you can look into the dog's eyes and you can see that it's sad, that it's delighted to see you get rid of it.
and dogs are actually incredibly good at using their eyes. They do just that.
Now, I don't imagine that a dog is remotely as close to being intelligent as an AI intelligence, but it's certainly capable of communicating emotionally with us.
But here's what I would venture to say. Tend to think because AI plays chess well and is able to fold proteins now well, that it's intelligent. I would argue that in order to communicate with humans and definitely emotional intelligence, it actually requires another order of magnitude of intelligence. It's not easy to be solving a mathematical puzzle is not the same as the full complexity of human-to-human interaction. That's actually we humans just take for granted the things we're really good at. Non-stop people tell me how shitty people are at driving. No, humans are incredible at driving. Like people walking, object manipulation. We're incredible at this. And so people tend to discount the things we just take for granted. And one of those things that they discount is our ability, the depth of conversation and interaction with each other, the ability to morph ideas together, the ability to get angry at each other, and then to miss each other, like to create a tension that makes life fun, difficult, and challenging in a way that's meaningful. That is a skill that's learned. AI would use this all that.
In some sense, what you're saying is that AI cannot become meaningfully emotional, say, until it experiences some kind of internal conflict that's unable to reconcile these various aspects of reality or its reality with the decision to make. And then it feels sad necessarily because it doesn't know what to do. I certainly can't dispute that. May very well be how it works. I think the only way to find out is to do it.
So, yeah, and leave it to the philosophers if it actually feels sad. The point is, the robot sitting there alone, having an internal conflict, an existential crisis, and that's required for it to have a deep, meaningful connection with another human being. Now, does it actually feel that?
I'd like to throw something else at you, which troubles me. Reading into Noah Harris' book, 21 Lessons from the 21st Century, and he's written about this kind of thing on various occasions. And he sees biochemistry as an algorithm. And an AI will necessarily be able to hack that algorithm and do it better than humans. So there will be AI better at writing music that we appreciate than Mozart ever could, writing better than Shakespeare ever did, and so on. Because biochemistry is algorithmic. All you need to do is figure out which bits of the algorithm to play to make it swim good or bad or appreciate things. And it's, as a biochemist, I find that argument close to irrefutable and not very enjoyable. I don't like this. That's just my reaction as a human being. You might like the sound of it because that says that AI is capable of the same kind of emotional feelings about the world as we are, because the whole thing is an algorithm. You can program an algorithm, and you are. He has a peculiar final chapter where he talks about consciousness in rather separate terms, and he's meditating also, getting in touch with his inner conscious. I don't meditate, I don't know anything about that. But he wrote in very different terms, as if somehow it's a way out of the argument. Now, it seems to me that consciousness, in a sense, is capable of scuppering the algorithm. I think that in terms of the biochemical feedback loops and so on, it is undoubtedly that kind of thing. But in terms of what we decide to do, it can be much more based on emotion. We can just think, I can't resolve this complex situation. I'm going to do that. And that can be based on ineffective
a different currency, which is the currency of feelings, and it's not something that we don't have very much personal control. And then it comes back around to you, and what are you trying to get out of it? AI, do we need to have some system which is capable of overriding a rational decision which cannot be made because there's too much confusing information? Effectively, an emotional, judgmental decision just says do this and see what happens. Yeah, that's what consciousness is really doing.
Yeah, and the question is whether it's a different process or just a higher level process. And the idea that biochemistry is an algorithm is, to me, an oversimplistic view. There's a lot of things that, when you say it, it's irrefutable, but it simplifies. I'm sure again, in that process, loses something fundamental. So, for example, calling a universe an information processing system. Sure, yes. You can make that. It's a computer. It's from computation. But you're missing the process of the entropy somehow leading to pockets of complexity that creates these beautiful artifacts that are incredibly complex. They're like machines. And then those machines are, through the process of evolution, are constructing even further complexity. Like in calling the universe an information processing machine, you're missing those little local pockets and how difficult it is to create them. So the question to me is, biochemistry is an algorithm. How difficult is it to create a software system that runs the human body, which I think is incorrect. I think that is going to take so long. I mean, that's going to be centuries to be able to reconstruct the human. Now, what I would venture to say, to get some of the magic of what you say with the emotions and the interactions, and like a dog makes a smile and joyful and all those kinds of things, that will come much sooner. But that doesn't require us to reverse engineer the algorithm of biochemistry.
Yes, but the toaster is making you happy. It's not about whether you make the toast happy.
No, it has to be. It has to be. The toaster has to be able to be happy.
Yeah, but just the toaster is the AI in this case.
Yeah, the toaster has to be able to be happy. That's essential. That's essential for my being as the toaster. If the toaster is just my servant, that's a provider of like services. Like tells me the weather, makes toast. That's not going to deep connection. It has to have internal conflict. You write about life and death. It has to be able to be conscious of its mortality and the fact that this is existence and that life is temporary and it has to be selective.
One of the most example movies from was the unplugging of Hal in 2001. That was the death of a sentient being. Hal knew it. So I think we all kind of know that there's a sufficiently intelligent being is going to have some form of consciousness, but whether it would be like a biological consciousness, I just don't know. If you're thinking about how do we work together, obviously we're going to interact closely with AI, but are we really, is a dog really like a toaster? Or is there really some kind of difference there? We were talking about biochemistry is algorithmic, but it's not a single algorithm. It's very complex, of course it is. So maybe there are again conflicts in the circuits of biochemistry. But I have a feeling that the level of complexity of the total biochemical system of the